everyone. Today's basically just going to be gearing up more. We gotta make a new axe again. We've gotta find mending books to finish off everything of our tools. I think I might go to the Nether and TNT mine for a while to get some gold and some levels. I don't know, just kind of doing things to do things. We got a lot to make up for from losing so much last time, which sucks, but it is what it is. I didn't end up scrubbing through my footage from yesterday to see when we last saw the cat. I'm sure at some point I can. I just don't really know what timing wise when I realized I didn't have the cat versus when I didn't have the cat, and it's just a lot. We're gonna bring our gold pick, I think. No, we're just gonna bring our diamond pick. And our sword. We'll put our fishing rod away. I need a bow. I don't think I need a bow. Hey, welcome. How are you today? I don't think I need a bow on me. I want to make a good bow, but I don't have the levels to, so I think we'll just take TNT and gold armor and go crazy. So let's put this away for now. We've got gold armor on. Most of it's pretty okay, so it should last us for TNT mining. I'm not gonna lie, I feel you there. I don't blame you at all. I was like, you went quiet, and I was like, I hope you went to sleep. It's really late for you. I'm glad you're doing good. You have really good gear in dungeons, Minecraft dungeons. I stopped in for a minute, but then I got distracted trying to finish stuff up in my apartment before I got on. I think I'm level like 100 something. Yeah, I could tell because like you have a lot of really good gear. But I think I'm like level 100 something on there, and I don't remember what I have for gear. Somewhere in the hundreds, I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been so long since I played. Where have I been? What level have I been strip mining at? I think it's this level. So 15. Okay, because I need to make a new strip mine to start, which I think I'll make like right here, because I want it to like basically be really close to this one to continue just making a big open space. The game is so laggy. I honestly didn't even want to go in the Nether for this because I'm really still kind of sick of the Nether from yesterday's incident, but it's fine. Everything's fine. At least before I got off yesterday, we managed to get pigeon. I like pigeons. Whoa, hello, ancient debris. Yeah, I'm still kind of sick of the Nether from yesterday's incident. I have to re-gear everything now, which is a little frustrating. I think what I honestly might do is go to that village that's closest and loot it, and then try to make a lectern villager there, a librarian villager there, and try to get mending. It's gonna be a pain, but I feel like it's more worth it in the long run than me trying to fish constantly and only getting mending books once in a great while. Because we're gonna need it, like, it's inevitable. We need it for literally everything. If we had mending, we'd be able to finish, like, our armor and our tools and everything so much faster. So I feel like it's kind of worth the investment. It sucks that we'll have to do it twice, basically, because we'll have to do it over there at that village, and then this lag is insane. I hope it's not lagging my mic while it's lagging my game. But yeah, we'd have to do it twice, essentially, because we'd have to do it over at that village, and then to a villager when we get villagers over here. But I don't know. I think it's worth it, because I'm really sick of losing my mind fishing for hours just to try to get mending, honestly. It's pretty exhausting, and it sets us back so far in progress because I could be doing so much more things. I'm still really ticked about yesterday. Not like angry, but I'm like a little irked because, you know, I had a fire res, so I should have drank it before I went over that lava. But in my head, I was thinking, oh, it's not that much lava, so I shouldn't need to. It'll be quick, and then I messed up. So, or I should have at the very least had it in my hotbar, so I could have just like scrolled over to it and drank it instead of trying to fight with my inventory to find it and get it in my hotbar. So, kind of that's dumb on my part, but it's alright. It happens. I make many stupid decisions, and a stupid decision in Minecraft isn't that big of a deal. But yeah, I don't know how long I'll be streaming today. I'm just gonna try to get some of the gear that I need and level up some and stuff like that. I figured the Nether would be the best place to try to level up for right now because we are so low level that it'll be really, really quick. Well, hello, lava. How do I... okay, I was gonna say I'm curtained off by lava. That was strange. That's good. I think I got about 8 hours last night, too. I didn't fall asleep until like 5 a.m. or something like that, but my partner let me sleep in until like 1 before he was saying he had to go, so turned out okay. I don't know why I didn't sleep until late. I got off stream at like midnight or something like that, 11 something or midnight, and then my partner didn't get home until like 2 a.m. and then I made food and ate, and then, which I should have just ate sooner because he ended up like not being hungry when he got home, but I didn't know if he was gonna be hungry or not, so I just didn't eat yet. So yeah, and then I ate, and then I went upstairs and got in bed, but then I just kind of sat there not able to sleep for ages. Pretty normal for me though. Alright, let's get these. $50 years. $50 is a long time to like conceptualize in my brain. I'm really trying not to take that Enderman off. Ding. Oh, it's my dad. I was texting my dad earlier because it's officially, yeah, 50 is a big number. Yeah, fair point. I was texting my dad that my birthday is a little under a month away now, and he's like, no. What is this birthday? His birthday does not exist. I think it's 29 days now. What's the date today? The 9th. Okay, so yeah, it's 29 days. Honestly, I'm looking for gold from this mine and more than nether quartz today, because I kind of want to get enough gold to trade with the piglins some more to get a bunch of fire res pots. That's cool. Happy almost birthday to your friend. It's funny because like September's just kind of a waiting month for me. Since my birthday's in October, and then like a ton of my family has birthdays in October too. Ironically, my younger cousin has the same birthday as me. No. She was the same birthday as my uncle. Both of my uncles have birthdays in October. A lot of my cousins do, and then I think my cousin's girlfriend has the same. Yes, my cousin's girlfriend, another cousin, has the same birthday as me. She's pretty nice. Her and I don't really interact much, though. Not really as, like, a negative thing. I'm just antisocial. That's cool. It's a fun little gift. Whoa. Run. Yeah, October's like both of my uncles have birthdays. My Nana's birthday is in September, but both of my uncles have birthdays in October, and then my cousin's girlfriend, and then my other cousin's kid, and then I don't remember who else. We do like a big barbecue event at my dad's house, usually to kind of like celebrate everyone's birthdays at once. We did it for the first time a couple years ago when my Nana turned 80, because we were like setting up a whole thing for her 80th birthday, but it ended up being so delayed for waiting for everyone to have their schedules cleared that it happened in October instead of September. And then we just started calling it like our last name and then Tober combined. Oh god, I ticked off an Enderman. Oh god. Yeah, we just started calling it like partially part of our last name and then the end of October, so it was like something Tober, and not really gonna, talk about my last name, but yeah. And then we have been doing it every year since. It ended up turning into like a drinking game on my Nana's 80th one that we did, because we made like a big sign that was like, honk, she's 80, we drink. And then anytime someone that drove by honked for the sign, everyone would take a shot or take a drink of whatever they were drinking. Yeah, it was a long day. My family likes to drink a lot. But yeah. And then we've done it pretty much every year since. I've been pestering my father to start planning this year's, because he's famous at like waiting to plan it until, hey, welcome to the stream, how are you today? He's famous at waiting to plan the barbecue until like a week before, and then nobody in the family ends up coming or like being able to come because everyone's super busy and they need extra notice. Most of my cousins need like 2 to 4 weeks notice, or else they just won't make it because they're like, well, we already have plans. So I've been trying to pester him to start planning it this year already so that everyone can know. Yeah, that would be a lot, because my uncles are in their 40s and 50s. The only way we would get away without taking a lot of shots was if we were taking a shot for each year of the birthday. Stop it! I want those nuggets. Each year of the birthday of like my little cousin, my one of my cousin's kids, because she's only like friggin', I don't know, 3 or 4 now. Yeah. Yeah, I think one year my father took out like a shot roulette table and everything for everyone to use and play the game of, and then I don't remember what else. There's always alcohol when it's a family barbecue. Even if like I don't really tend to drink much, everyone else usually does, which is, I'm curious what's gonna happen this year for my partner coming along, because he normally comes, but he stopped drinking, so I don't know if he's gonna want to stay home, because he doesn't really love being around alcohol as much anymore now that he's like trying to be sober. Yeah, very good for him. He was a very, very, very intense alcoholic. And, like, he's totally okay with me talking about that because he acknowledges it himself as well. But yeah, he was a very intense alcoholic, and he finally made that decision, and I think it's almost 2 months now since he was sober. And yeah, so, like, understandably he has a hard time being around, or doesn't wish to be around people that are drinking very much, because he doesn't even want, like, that temptation or that thought. So, like, the last couple barbecues that I've had at my dad's, he just kind of stops in and says hi, and then he'll go home, which, like, I feel bad because I want to include him, but I'm also not going to tell him to stay because I'm going to respect that, you know, boundary and wish to separate from things. Oh god, I just almost offed myself from TNT. So I'm just, like, mentally curious whether he'll come along at all or whether it'll just be me, which is fine either way, because I honestly don't drink enough that it's, like, an issue if I don't have a ride. Usually if he is coming, he just takes his own vehicle anyways, that way if he does want to leave, he can leave whenever he wants. So I'm, like, super strict about not drinking and driving, so if I've had alcohol at all, I won't even get behind the wheel. And if I know I have to get behind the wheel, I'm not gonna have alcohol, so yeah. My mom always was like that too. My mom used to, like, refuse to get behind the wheel if she's had even one beer, and would be like, you're dramatic. And then, you know, being an adult now and realizing how alcohol affects your body and stuff, I'm like, wow, okay, I agree. I'm hoping this TNT is gonna get us decent levels, but we're still only at level 14. The lag, jeez, does that lag my mic when it lags in game? I can't tell because I don't have my audio on my stream replay. Okay, good. I hate the lag in game, it's kind of irritating, but it'd also be, like, super irritating that my mic's lagging out at the same time. I think the game just honestly doesn't like me anymore. It's like, nah, you get lag. I have full gold armor because I happened to pick it up on the way home last stream. Last stream I traveled about 22,000 blocks away from home to go into the nether. Yeah, the game doesn't like anyone. I traveled about 22,000 blocks away from home to go into the nether because I didn't want to nether travel and die. I wanted to travel in the overworld and then go into the nether again because I'm trying to find a fortress still. And then while I was in the nether 22,000 blocks away from home, I accidentally pearled instead of placing a block, and I fell into lava and I died with all of my gear. So on the long walk back home, I kept finding, that's logical. On the way back home for, like, 22,000 blocks, I found a lot of ruined portals and stuff, so I just was putting on the armor that I found, and then I haven't bothered to make any other armor yet, because I figured if I'm coming in here, I may as well have gold armor so the piglins don't try to attack me. So yeah, it's all mostly broken at this point, and it's just random enchants. But yeah, it's just loot that I found at, ruined portals that I decided to keep for now. I don't have any diamond armor put together anyways. I still have to get mending to finish putting together the helmet and boots I have the enchants ready for, and I don't have a chestplate or leggings yet, but I don't know. For 200 days of gameplay, I'm pretty behind on the loot end of things, mainly because I haven't been able to find a damn fortress, which is kind of what I need to be able to cure villagers so that I can have a village set up at my house and just all that stuff. Hello? I lit this on fire. Yeah. Which is why I traveled so far, because I didn't want to, you know, go all the way through the nether on this end and try to find one, because it's pretty precarious in a lot of places. And then that didn't work out for me, so here we are. Right now I'm just in here to try to get some levels and some gold, because I know if I want more fire res potions I'm gonna have to trade with the piglins again. And then, oh god. And then, I also need some levels to keep enchanting to get my gear back together again. That's intense. I definitely would be incredibly salty about that. I mean, I'm still salty at my little brother for how many of my really cool worlds that he griefed when we were kids. So, I would definitely still be pretty salty about that. That's kind of why I'm not, like, super frustrated about it, because it's literally myself, and I know myself, and I knew that was going to happen to some degree. So, I kind of am like, oh well, you know, I'll just make the gear all over again. But it is incredibly irritating overall of an experience. I think I will, oh, I don't have a crafting table on me like I normally do. I think I will, I do, and I didn't see it. Oh, I do. Wow, I'm blind. Okay. I think I will go over here, craft this into gold ingots, and then trade some gold ingots with piglins up at the top. See what we can get. That's a decent amount of gold from just a little bit of TNT mining. Not the best on levels. We went from level 2 to level 16. But also not the worst on levels either. And I don't know how we're leveling up when our pickaxe is that broken. Oh, I'm dumb. I was thinking of the pickaxe that burned in lava that had mending. I'm real smart. Just talked about losing my, yeah, I can change it to craftable, but I just like it on all for some reason. It's become a habit. I don't know why it became a habit, but now it is. Yeah, I was just thinking about the pickaxe that I was just talking about losing. I was like, why is my pickaxe so broken? Because it doesn't have mending on it. Intelligent person. We'll see if we can round up a few piglins to trade with before we head home. This guy just never dies, or despawns, because he's like, I picked a fight with the wrong guys, goes running. I'm scared. These guys have killed me one too many times in life. Okay. Whew. I saved you, Mr. Piglin. You better give me good trades when I trade with you. What the lag is that? Yeah, he's got my armor on from one of the early times that I died in here. One of the times I was early trading in here, I was over there, and my, I mined some gold, and I forgot that it ticks them off, and they all went at my head and killed me, and then I repeatedly died, because they kept getting angry at me when I came back, because I didn't have gold armor on. It was just a mess. So, he's existed because he picked up my chest plate off the ground, and yeah. That's a ghast. I don't have a bow. I don't like this. Please despawn. I don't want to stand too close to the portal and have it put out the portal, even though I can relight it. I just don't. Despawn, please. Okay, it flew away. Now, where are some damn piglins? That's a hoglin. Hey, you want to fight that hoglin for me? No? Okay. Alright, you want to be distracted with gold while I mine this gold? No? Yes? No. I thought maybe he was distracted. He was not distracted. Oh, he was. He gave me another brick. The game is so laggy. Oh my god. Let me play, please. Let's hope there's no more pissed off piglins out here. Here's the guy that has armor. Here's another guy that has armor. Hey, they're spawning now. Okay, cool. Come here, buddies. Gold for everyone. There's so many of them. I know, my leggings are about to absolutely break. I don't think I've ever seen leggings look that broken and still exist. I thought this guy was multiple piglins because of the way his head was like glitching out and his head was moving but his helmet wasn't. But he's just one. But that's fine. I'm trying to open my inventory. I don't need crying obby right now. I don't need blackstone right now. I don't need soul sand right now. I don't really need string right now. I don't need that right now. There's so many of them trading now. This is gonna be quick and easy, hopefully. I'm playing on Bedrock Edition. Bedrock is incredibly infuriating most times. I wasn't going to trade all the gold we just mined, but honestly with how many of them there are, it's going to go fast anyways, so whatever. Hopefully we get something good out of it. I mean, we've gotten a few fire res. I mean, I don't think so when I don't have a keyboard. I was just saying the other day on stream that I really wish I had, like, I was playing on PC edition, because I miss when you can just, like, F5 so you can see what biome you're in and stuff. Honestly, I'm pretty close to the point where I'm very tempted to just use, what is it? What is it? To use the chords finder website, I can't think of it right now, to look. Alt F4, yeah, just closes the game, I give up. Yeah. The chords finder website to look for a fortress. I don't know why I can't think of the name of it right now. It's completely blanking out of my brain. I might be a little broken. I haven't had caffeine yet, to be honest. Which does not help my functionability levels. Functionality would be the correct word, but functionability sounds better to my brain. Alright, well we got 3 fire res, we got some pearls. Not the worst day. We're going home. We have so much ancient debris too, but we don't have a damn netherite upgrade template, so we're kind of screwed on getting any netherite gear, which sucks. What? Hello? Let me back home? Hello? Is it chunk base? I think you're right. I think you're right. I very much so think you're right. That sounds very familiar, but my brain cannot think of. I don't like using it because it seems... I don't think it's cheaty when other people use it, but to me and like how I like to play, I'm not a big fan of it. Kind of like I don't judge people for using keep inventory and stuff, but I just don't really use it because to me it feels kind of cheaty. If that makes any sense. It's just kind of like my personal thing on what I do and don't do for gameplay. So, for me it feels a little cheaty to use for some reason. I don't really know why, because it's, you know, it's not like you're actively teleporting yourself to it and stuff like that, or doing what I do in what my partner and I do in our world, where we just / find biomes and structures when we need or want to, which is definitely kind of cheaty. Yeah, keep inventory definitely saves the smashing of items. I don't play with keep inventory because, again, it makes me, for like a world I want to, you know, work on and actually get achievements on, it makes me kind of frustrated, but I definitely think it's useful. Like, I honestly had a hard time with this world because I've been playing on the world with my partner most often when I play Minecraft lately, and in our world he has keep inventory on and stuff. I just don't turn it on very often because I like to get achievements, so I don't love not getting achievements for stuff, but yeah. Which is the only real reason. Honestly, it's not even that it feels cheaty, it's just that it literally doesn't let you get achievements on Bedrock, or at least on PlayStation, so if you have keep inventory on, so it just makes me sad to not get achievements. Okay, what was I thinking about doing when I got back? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to the village and do that whole mess. Okay. So, do we have a lectern in this? We do not, but we have a lectern right here. I guess we get to go repeatedly roll. We had 55 more TNT already pre-made. Are you kidding me? We could have TNT mined for so much longer. What the hell? Okay, anyways. Yeah, we have that. Bring this. We'll do some trading. See what we can get. I suppose. I don't know how I level up Lecternville. Oh, yeah, paper and books. Okay. So I'll bone meal some sugarcane before I leave and bring it with me. And I'll bring some of the books from downstairs with me. That's awesome. Good job. I can't speedrun to save my life. As you can see, I'm at friggin' 216 days of playing, and I haven't gotten anywhere near completing the game. But I really admire people that can. It's really interesting to watch videos on it and stuff. I'm just not good at it. Which is okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, that is super impressive, I agree. I find it really fascinating to watch speedrunners. I've been watching a lot of the YouTuber Bablu on Minecraft, and he does a lot of like goofy challenges to do with speedrunning, or like he does kind of his spin-off on the, you know, speedrunner versus hunters thing, because I will damn well not watch Dream for it anymore. So like I like watching his videos, and he plays with Feinberg a lot, and Feinberg is like kind of a big speedrunner. And it's just funny to watch them lately, because they keep doing challenges where like him and a bunch of his friends are like chained together and have to try to beat the game, and usually it's just Feinberg trying to do everything for the entire team of players and getting irritated because they're all just goofing off the whole time. I kind of switch around with what content creators I watch fairly often. The main reason I damn well won't watch Dream anymore is because, well, there's a lot of lovely things on the internet about him and about his behavior offline, so we're gonna not, in my opinion. So, yeah, I love Technoblade. I watch Tommy in it a lot, too. I don't watch as much of his new stuff. I mean, I think I started watching his new SMP he just started again. But yeah, I watched a lot of that group in general, like the SMP, Dream SMP group, but I don't know. I kind of, in general, preferred watching, like, Sapnap over, you know, Dream, George, or Sap. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I watch. Tommy's kind of like the channel that I'll look up if I want Minecraft content that makes me laugh, or just like content that makes me laugh, because his old content is really amusing most of the time. So it's just a good like distract my brain and laugh for a while. But yeah, I watch Slat too. I'm not subscribed to him, but I'll come across his videos fairly often. So I'll like end up watching his stuff. Okay, I think we have enough stuff besides the books to bring to trade with a lectern villager, so that we level it up more to keep it locked in. And then I need emeralds. Yeah, Tommy's really fun to watch. His newer SMP just started as amusing too, because it has like Schlatt and oh god, a bunch of other people that he plays with now. I honestly can't remember any of them off the top of my head though, which makes me feel bad, but it's okay. Yeah, I agree. Techno in general and a lot of his interactions were fun. I used to watch a lot of techno compilations all the time. Actually, we've talked before about like me having stims, and like my stims being often repeating things that I see online, whether it's like TikToks or memes or whatever. And for the longest time, I would just randomly say "Donde está la biblioteca?" because of the friggin' Bed Wars video where Technoblade just jumped down screaming that for no reason. Yeah, it was rough. You know, I was actively taking Spanish, so I knew exactly it was just absolute nonsense, but yeah, I've just been like fixated on them for a super long time often too. Okay, so the one I need to go to is the one that's closest, and I wrote down the chords, so I have to find them. Oh, 1 second, I gotta answer a message real quick. Okay. Anyways, I was looking up the chords that I needed. I need to close some of these background apps, god. I still have like my text open. Yeah, like he's amusing, but he's also good at what he does, so it's kind of like a good balance. I watch a lot of Minecraft content just for amusement at this point. Like I've said before, I kind of switched to watching a lot of Among Us content. Like I've watched Sidearms for Reason, NKYR Speedy, sometimes Hemi Kane, sometimes Kara. There's a bunch of those YouTubers that play together on Among Us still. Closer Village, 1256, 185. Okay, 1256, 185. Yeah, I've watched a lot of those channels and stuff for Among Us, and then I kind of switched away from watching Minecraft, but now I kind of get in the mood for Minecraft videos once in a while, and I'll scroll through my following for a while, or search Minecraft and just see what comes up. I watch a lot of... Yes, I loved old Dan TDM. I loved old Sky Does Minecraft, but obviously, you know, he fell off for good reason. So, yeah, I watched a lot of old Dan TDM. He started doing the Diamond Dimensions again. He came back on and started talking about Diamond Dimensions again and, like, doing Minecraft videos again. I have it saved in my watch later. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, it's like a 50-minute long video that's like, we're back, Diamond Dimensions. And it was, like, semi-recent. I was really excited about it. I haven't watched it yet because I'm scared it'll, like, be slightly disappointing. But yeah, my YouTube's kind of all over the place because I'll fixate on things for a while of like what I want to watch, and then I'll like change around a bunch. But I was watching a bunch of Minecraft videos like Narfi videos and Bablu and Tommy's new SMP, and stuff like that. I used to watch IBX Toy Cat as well. I still am subscribed to him. I don't watch his stuff as much anymore. I miss the old school Minecraft. Like, I used to watch Stampy and Sky Does Minecraft and Dan TDM and a bunch of them. I'll probably actually even open my YouTube homepage and see what the hell it tells me, because I don't know. Also, Psych2Go just, like, haunts everyone's YouTube page, I swear. You watch one of their videos and suddenly you're being recommended them for months. It drives me a little crazy. And they're not even, like, often that accurate. There are some interesting tidbits of information in them sometimes, but 9 times out of 10, their videos aren't even that accurate to life. Alright, so let's start with the lectern. Alright, are you gonna take this job for me? No. Who took it? Come to the job station, whoever took it. That iron golem just scared me. I thought it was coming from my head. My messenger notifications are my parents answering me. I have such a riveting social life. Well, I guess while I wait for this guy to show up wherever he is that took this job, what is my YouTube homepage today? Add KYR Speedy Among Us video, which I'm saving to my watch later. YouTube Shorts, which includes Finster, an instant ramen recipe, a random Billie Eilish video, and Joe Rogan, who I refuse to watch, so I don't know why he's on my YouTube Shorts. A video from Mothika, who's a artist I listen to. Some posts from a Cookie God. I haven't watched his videos in a while. A bunch of the cut videos, like Truth or Drink and the button and stuff, Skeppy videos. Yeah, a lot of my stuff is just Minecraft, honestly. IBX Toy Cat, Finster, Tommy, Mythical Kitchen. I don't even watch Mythical Kitchen. I do watch food content sometimes, though. Like, I watch Joshua Wiseman. And then podcast content about a podcast that I really like. The podcast is called... Okay, I'm saving that. That's Narfi video. I like Narfi videos. I like Narfi videos because he codes a lot of, like, wild things into the game that probably shouldn't exist, just for the fun of it, usually based on suggestions from his audience, and they're interesting to watch. Yeah, I'm not a podcast person, normally. I'm normally super, like, I don't really feel like watching any podcasts at all. But my this podcast I've been watching for the last, like, year and a half is called To Be Better, and it's really heavy on, like, I don't know, relationship and topics and stuff like that. Yeah, I like Joshua Wiseman. I agree, his But Better series is, like, one of the best ones that he makes, and I like watching those. He started doing a lot of, like, trying everything of this and stuff. Like, I tried every fast food, I tried every fried chicken, I tried every stuff like that, which was, it's been okay. I don't mind watching it, but it's kind of boring, so I just watch it on, like, 2 times speed or skip through it till he does the final rankings. So yeah, but yeah, yeah, Bedrock Villagers are incredibly annoying, which is why I didn't want to do this and go for a mending book, because the last time I had to go for a mending book, it took me a solid hour of breaking and replacing the lectern before I got a mending option, so I'm not looking forward to it. But especially because, like I said, I'll have to do it twice at that point. Oh, I want to kill the Nitwit so bad, but then the Iron Golem will go after me. But then at that point, if I do, because at that point, if I do it here and it takes me a long time, I still have to go do it at, maybe he'll take the lectern job. I still have to go do it at, my home when I finally get villagers at home, too. here comes the tedious part. Honestly, I'm gonna block off the door while I'm doing this, so that he doesn't run off on me while I'm trying to redo his trades. I know, I need an axe. I'm thinking that too. Yeah, an axe would probably save a lot of time. Who would have guessed breaking a lectern would need an axe? What? Oh, I don't have enough sticks. Like, why is the axe not showing up as craftable? Alright. Alright, what do you got? Blast prot 4. Not helpful. And also, I'm going until... Yeah, bundles are really weird. I've gotten kind of used to them because I use them in the world with my partner fairly often. But they are kind of odd. I still vastly prefer shulker boxes, but when I'm at the point like this where I can't use shulkers, they kind of come in handy. But they also don't because they can't, like, do much about full stacks of items. So it's just weird. The only reason I honestly use them for the full stacks of books is so that I don't have books in my inventory and accidentally trade for a book I don't want, trying to see what it is. Also, I know that they can offer mending further down on the trades. Like, for example, they could offer this and then further down at offer mending. But that means I would have to legitimately kill a bunch of villagers and also waste a bunch of resources upgrading them to see if they have mending or not. So I'm going until I get mending as the actual first book they offer. Because I know it's possible. I've done it for many, many instances. I did it on the other world on here. I did it on the world with my partner. I know it's possible. It's just tedious. Thorns 1 would be really useful, but I'm gonna save that for when yeah, I feel you there. I am kind of picky when it comes to using update stuff, usually, because they confuse me. Like when I started playing the other world that I showed you a quick tour of the other day, it was before a lot of these updates, so when things started being added, I was really confused. Like the chiseled bookshelf, for example, it took me a long time to decide to redo my library in chiseled bookshelves, because I was just so frustrated, for one, that I had to redo the whole library, and two, like, refusing to use an updated item because I didn't want to. Fortune 1 would also be useful, but not right now. I'm refusing to do anything but mending, honestly. I don't care if it's a really good book, I want mending. I can get good books from villagers when I have cured villagers at home. Yeah, I started playing that world, and I hadn't played Minecraft in a long time, and I kept telling Stream, I was like, look, I don't know what 90% of this update stuff is, besides that bees are cool, and I like the look of them, and axolotls are adorable, and I want them. That's about it. And then I had to, like, keep learning. I didn't even know how this whole updated villager system worked when I started playing that world, because I started playing it years ago. Yeah, I do that too with the controls on PlayStation. For some reason, the controls on PlayStation are very odd on default. They, like, use the down on your D-pad to drop items, and circle makes you crouch for some reason. And there's no pick block assigned, so I have to, every time I log in when I'm playing with my partner, I have to sit and redo my controls, because I will use circle for drop until I die, and I will always use my stick for crouching, otherwise I'll just die because I can't crouch correctly. And then I like having down on the D-pad for pick block too, but it's not a necessity. It just helps when I'm building a lot of things. This man's is gonna make it very difficult for me, isn't he? I wish I had a count of how many times I've done this already. Yeah, like, I've always used circle. I mean, I always played on PS3 and it always was defaulted to circle, so I don't know why it's down on the D-pad for PS4 and PS5 controls. It might just be PS5 controls, I don't know. But I would say PS4, because I think we play the PS4 version of the game on his PS5. Oh, I just almost broke that. That's mending. I did that on one of those on one of the worlds I've had. One of the worlds I had, I was like doing this so quickly that I just automatically broke it right after I saw it, not fully sinking in that it was mending I was looking at. And I had to go another like hour before I got mending again. He has mending. And that's actually pretty cheap. Yeah, get your consistency straight, pretty much. That's actually not bad pricing. I've had to pay like 30 for a mending book before, so I'm really not that bothered by 16. And like I said, I brought all this paper to trade with him, and I brought books to trade with him too, so I think we'll be fine. What is this one that he offers, though? Oh, it's so hard to see it without Silk Touch. That's actually kind of useful, even. I know we already have Silk Touch books at home to use first, but that's actually kind of useful to be so cheap. And there's a third book he offers, too. I'm gonna level him up and see what the third book is. Smite. Okay, not good, but the first couple are fine. I'm gonna trade him a little bit more. I don't want to use up all my books. Alright, and then I guess we're just gonna buy as many as we can of mending, because you can always use mending, in my opinion, so I don't think it's a waste to buy as many of them as I can. I think I might keep him trapped in this house, like put a bed down for him and everything. But the problem is I don't know which bed he's assigned to, and he will still stay assigned to. That's awesome. I do know it can get super cheap, especially if like this was if I made him like a zombie villager and cured him, which, fair warning for when I do my own village close to home, I am not the sweat that's gonna sit and let a zombie turn all my villagers so that I can turn them back so that I can get cheaper trades. I'm not. I'm not that person. I'm too scared of losing them to dying. I am really tired of dealing with zombies, and I don't have the energy to separate them all and cure them one by one, so I will not do it. In my opinion, it's not worth the hassle just for a little cheaper of trades. I will try to cure my initial villagers that I have to cure to breed, to try to make sure that they're like actual, ones that I would like, as far as like what their job already is in the zombie stage. But other than that, I genuinely will not do a damn thing for trying to cure them. I can't. I'm too much of a noob when it comes to dealing with that, and I can't. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm just too much of a noob when it comes to dealing with things like that, and I just won't. In my opinion, it's just not worth it. I know it's a little expensive to do those trades, but I wanted some more levels before I leave and a little bit more emerald recovery, so maybe we'll get some ink sacks with looting and come back with them. We don't really need the name tag trade because we have over a stack of name tags from how much we've had to fish. But we have a lot of mending books to start, which is really nice. Hopefully by the time we come back here to trade with him again, he's a little cheaper again. But I don't know if he like resets while we're not here or not. I don't need a weaponsmith for anything. Is he assigned to this bed? That'd be sick if he's assigned right here. I'm just super worried about losing him while we're away. But we haven't lost any of the villagers in our other village yet, so maybe they'll be fine. I really want to kill the nitwits. Where's the golem? What if I just kill the nitwits and run really far really fast? You know? Alright, which one is he assigned to? He's not assigned to that. He's assigned to this one. I'm not gonna try to break it and place it and make him go over there, honestly. It's gonna be too much of a pain. I'm just gonna sleep in one that he's definitely not assigned to so that I'm not messing with him. Welcome back. So, we have mending. We got quite a few mending books. Hi, Golem. I really want to kill your nitwits. But I also really want to kill you, and I'm not going to do that because we died the last time we tried to kill a damn golem in this world. Stacked up and everything. Welcome back. So I guess we're just gonna run home. Oh, it's a baby donkey. It's a baby. It's just a baby. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna head home and start putting mending books together on things. I probably should try to get to level 30 and then enchant, but I think I'm too excited to use mending books, and I'm just gonna use some mending books to get some of our gear put together. I'll have to look up the correct order to do the boots in. I think the helmet I can generally get right, but the boots I definitely need to actually research, because like I was saying probably a few streams ago now, when I tried to make maxed out boots just doing it the way I was doing it, I managed to make one pair fine, and then when I tried to make my pair, I kept running into the too expensive cancel out. So, and then I think I ended up just having to like give up having 1 or 2 enchantments on my boots for the sake of getting them, because I really didn't feel like messing around with it when it kept telling me too expensive over and over again and wasting so many levels and books. So, yeah. I know, they do, and I have them already, but like you have to put them in a specific order so that you don't run into the damn too expensive, and I mess it up so bad when I'm just winging it. That's hard for me because I like metal music. Like, I really, 9 times out of 10 would pick death metal over chill music. But probably long term, I don't know if I would choose death metal over chill music constantly. I guess it depends on like what qualifies as chill music, which is kind of a cop-out, but because I'm sure some of the songs I really like would count as chill music. It's weird. I'll say death metal. Okay, bye. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Or night. Yeah, I think I'd choose death metal. I'm not like a lo-fi, you know, chill music type of listener most of the time, so I think most times I would already choose death metal over it anyways. I like metal music. I like alternative music in general. I like metal and rock and alt and punk and emo and all that kind of genre of things. So it'd kind of be similar to what I already would listen to by choice. Every time I think of metal music and death metal music, I always remember when my little brother was listening to me listen to, I want to say it was like an old Bring Me the Horizon song, which isn't really metal or death metal, but it was an old Bring Me the Horizon song where they had a lot more screamo moments in it, and it was one of the scream moments that he like walked into my bedroom and he listened for a few minutes and he goes, "How do you even know what they're saying? It sounds like puke." So yeah, that's all I can honestly think of when I think of metal and scream music most of the time. But he was young. God, I want to say he was like under 8 years old. It was many years ago that happened. Yeah. I mean, I was like, if he was under 8, I would have been 14 or older. 14 or younger, I guess, because if he was 8, I would have been 14. So, somewhere around there. I will look into it. Like, genuinely, I'll probably even write it down so I can look into it. I like listening to new music, so I always listen to recommendations when it comes to, like, new songs or new genres. I like music that makes me feel that way. Where's a new note so I can write it down? I have a new follower on PlayStation. Cool. Okay, I wrote it down. I also was answering a text, so I apologize for going quiet for a second. I've mentioned it, but I can't really type and think enough to talk at the same time very well. So, yeah. Okay, so we can add mending to these then, because these are already completed. Let me double check. Unbreaking, sharp, fire aspect, looting, mending. I think that's everything. I think? Am I right? Am I wrong? I think that's everything. Unbreaking, fortune, efficiency. Yeah, I think that's everything as well. For what I want. I mean, I could do silk touch, you know, instead of fortune, but I don't want a silk touch one right now. Okay, so it'll cost 9 levels, and then it'll cost 3 levels for this one. So I guess we'll do this one real quick. I can't wait to have an axe again that's actually diamond and has good stuff on it. We're down to level 1. So I guess we'll fish for a little bit. I don't know what else to do until nighttime. Get some levels back. I think I'm just going to use nighttime to get most of my levels back and just hunt mobs like crazy. Honestly, I should have given in and made a mending villager over at that village like days on days ago, but I just kept not wanting to because it's kind of a pain to sit there and cycle, and then I'll have to sit here and cycle when I cure villagers and have my own village. Oh god. So that's a hard question. I know I say a lot of your questions are hard, but that one's like a lot and complex. Because while I'm one of the people that's super intense on like sitting in bed at night and like overthinking everything in the past and, you know, wanting to say something differently or do something differently or wishing this went that way and that went this way, I still think at the end of the day I wouldn't change things, which sounds kind of dumb, but hear me out. In my opinion, as much as I may not like the situation I'm in now, and I may not like 99% of my past, you know, fix my childhood trauma so that I wasn't, you know, having 20 billion different trauma disorders and all this, fix, you know, my last relationship so I didn't get into this one, or fix this relationship so I didn't have the last, like, couple years of absolute mess, or, you know, all these things that I could have done, or simple things like fix, you know, us finding out that family members were sick sooner so that they didn't pass away, or just, there's so many things that I could choose, but at the end of the day, I think I wouldn't choose any, mostly because a lot of it I had to go through to get where I am now. I hate the concept of people saying, like, God did it to you for a reason, or it happened to you for a reason, but, and I'm not really saying that, because I do agree that stuff just sucks sometimes, and there's no real, quote, reason behind it, but I do think at the end of the day, I kind of like me now in life, which is strange, because I've spent my entire 22 years not liking me, and to be at a point where I kind of like myself, and I'm kind of proud of myself, and I'm still working to better myself, isn't something I would give up. I think tweaking one thing would change too many things in a spiral, and I wouldn't be where I am now. Again, I really wish I didn't spend a lot of years of my life doing things that I did, but at the end of the day, I think it's better for me to try to remember to focus on where I am now and where I'm going, which I'm trying to do. So, I don't know. I definitely think it would be a valid thought process, but I'm kind of past that thought process now. So, I do agree. People try to put reason in an unreasonable world. That's kind of where I said sometimes things just suck. and there's no real reason for them, and there's no real lesson or value you can gain from them. They just suck. And I'm of that belief for a lot of things that have happened in my life. But I also believe, like, yeah, that's fair. Reddit is a mess. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think there's like a reason for everything. I don't believe in God in general, so I definitely don't believe in like God did this to you for a reason. God did this to strengthen you. Nah. And people say that about the most wild things. Like someone will literally die and they'll be like, God did it for a reason. Excuse me? Say what now? Nah, I don't believe in that. He was trying to kill a baby turtle. That's cruel. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sorry that Reddit was that, like, impactful on your life. I had to let the baby turtle into the water before more mobs tried to kill him. I don't know. Like I said, I think probably the biggest thing I would choose if I absolutely had to choose, like, gun to my head, I have to choose something to change, would probably be something to do with my childhood trauma. Like, to, you know, basically, like you said, you'd have a lot less things going on in your brain, which might, you know, shift how you handle life and people and all the things that are thrown at you. But, I don't know. I used to be able to answer that really quickly, and I would answer, like, 50 different things I wanted to change. But I guess I've just like gone through a weird shift mentally the last couple months. I kind of had to, like through therapy and stuff, because I, being that I lived so long of my teen and childhood years being incredibly suicidal and like self-harming and stuff, my entire outlook on being an adult was, I don't really know what to do because I wasn't supposed to live this long. So now that I have, I don't know how to handle it. And I've talked, like, very frankly with my therapist about that. And she's kind of been, like, coaching me on that type of situation, and we've been trying to, like, shift my focus more towards, you know, believing in the now. Like, hey, I'm still alive. There's nothing I'm gonna do about that. I don't want to do anything about that, so I may as well figure out how to survive now that I am. So, yeah. It's just a mess, honestly. I'm trying to purposefully hunt down the baby zombies because they're better XP. Yeah, I understand that. I hope that you are able to, but I understand the thinking process. I mean, I'm turning 23 and I probably still feel very similarly to you, so I don't blame you for that thought process. But life throws things at us all the time, and it's never a good time to get through. So I definitely don't blame or judge people for not wanting to be here through it. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. My partner's kind of that way. He's also learning to shift a little when it comes to that mindset, but he's also that way. He was always like, I'm gonna die before, like, 35, and I wanna, you know, go out fast and loud. I wanna die, like, crashing into a tree, or doing what I love, or stuff like that. Because he's really into racing and stuff, and driving. And he's like, I wanna die, you know, behind the wheel. Friggin', as he always said, like, Paul Walker style, and stuff like that. But, I don't know. Sometimes life gives you a reason to stay, sometimes it doesn't. Overall, it just keeps beating us to hell until we either give up or get through it. Damn, I mean, Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, in-game clarification. You're fine to talk about it, I don't mind. I am not new to thoughts and actions of the strain of things, so I don't mind people talking about it and stuff. I'm not gonna be like, that's ridiculous, or friggin' judge you for it or anything. I hate that mentality though. Like when I was really suicidal as a kid and teen, I like encountered so many people that would just, their only response to me saying it would be like, that's dumb. Like, I was terrified that I was suicidal for a solid few years straight, because around the time that Robin Williams committed suicide, my dad was like ranting and raving about the topic, and he was like, suicide is just a coward's way out, it's the worst thing you could ever do, and it doesn't solve anything, it just transfers it to your family. And like, I get his logic behind it, but it's not helpful to someone that's feeling those feelings. But in his defense, he didn't actually really know that I was feeling those feelings, so. But yeah, it was a lot. I was like, what are you talking about, Father? Okay. I get his logic in that it does, in fact, just transfer, you know, whatever you're struggling with to the people that love you and care about you and want you to be on this earth. Or, you know, give them kind of the pain of losing you, but the whole, like, it's selfish and stuff is like, what? Who? Okay. But, yeah. I don't know. I think he was kind of ranting and raving just because he was, like, one of the many people that super admired Robin Williams and was, like, absolutely confused by his death and, like, didn't know what to expect, but I don't know. It's not something you say about that topic. I've definitely been, you know, the friend that stayed up for hours trying to make sure someone's safe, or had to, you know, call their parents or call the police for them and stuff like that, and it's just not a fun thing for people to be feeling and have to go through. Not of, like, you having to support someone, but, like, someone to feel like that's their only option in life. I don't remember the leggings breaking, so I was just thinking, you know, my helmet just broke, but my leggings still haven't broken. They were way less durability. I don't know. I mean, I definitely don't think it's only popular with men, like any of the discussion that we're talking about. I think it's prevalent in men in a more silent way, usually, because statistically, like, a lot of men don't talk about when they're feeling that way, they just kind of do it. And I definitely agree that, like, when you're feeling that way, one of the biggest concerns in your head is thinking about, you know, how would this person respond if that did happen, or when I did it, or whatever. Because 9 times out of 10 you're not really worried about what's gonna happen to you, because you already know, like, I'd be dead. But, like, actually thinking longer and being like, wow, you know, what are they gonna do when I do that, is a whole mind spiral. I think that's one of the biggest reasons that I did. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't, it wouldn't surprise me that that's, you know, something that happens. I've definitely known some people that would, use it as a, like, leg up over you, as, like, a threat and stuff, and, like, how are they gonna handle it, and, you know, I hope it destroys them, and weird topics like that, but, yeah. I don't know, I think that's one of the biggest reasons that I ended up staying, because, like, I'm my dad's only child, and I'm my mom's eldest and only, female child, And, you know, I know at the end of the day, regardless of, like, getting in fights with them and stuff like that, they definitely would have, been extremely devastated by anything like that happening to me, and I don't think I could have done that to them willingly. You're fine. Yeah, I definitely, the people that threaten things, especially the people that, like, don't have any history of it and just threaten it to try to, like, control you, are some of, in my opinion, like, the and I don't mean this as a physical thing, I mean, like, emotionally and psychologically, like, they are the ugliest people that I know. Like, honestly, I would have more respect for a sociopath or a psychopath or a narcissist than I would for someone that uses suicide as something to hold over someone's head, or as, like, a threat when they have zero intention of going through with it, and stuff like that. Yeah, I kind of relate to a lot of psychopathy and sociopath tendencies. I think it's the issues I have with empathy and with interacting with humans. But yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, even people that are struggling with suicidal thoughts that, you know, threaten it and try to, like, use it to hold over someone's head is, like, really crappy to do. I can't say I haven't done it, because I've been a crappy person, and I have definitely been, like, you know, I won't know what to do, I won't be alive if you leave me. It's so not an okay thing to do to anyone ever. At all. But, you know, when you're young and stupid, you do some stupid things. But yeah. And I mean, they treated it right. They were like, okay, bye. You know, you're not gonna use that to hold over my head. I'm not gonna put up with that. So yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot of big misconceptions about psychopathy and sociopaths. But yeah, like, that's, you know, I definitely think that that's the correct way to handle it, as much as it feels like you're being, like, not empathetic and in, like, walking away from it. You genuinely are doing what's best for you, because staying around someone that's behaving in that way isn't healthy. And, you know, a lot of people get caught up of, like, well, if they do it, then when I walk away, then, you know, it's my fault. And it's like, no, it's their fault. You know, them holding that over your head and them making that decision is on them. It's not on you for protecting yourself and protecting your peace. I don't know. It's a hard topic, because a lot of people are super, like, taboo about talking about taking care of yourself. You know, I can't, no, I understand. You're not, like, horrible for saying that. Like I said, you know, at the end of the day, it's their decision. It's not your decision that made them do that. It's their decision to do it. I think that's the misconception, is, like, people are like, well, it's my decision that made them do that, you know? No, they made that decision. You weren't the one that, you know, held whatever to them and made them do it. So, I don't know. What are you doing? What do you want? I received a friend request on PlayStation, and I don't know. Hey, it's another trident that I'll never use. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's what I was starting to say. I was saying, that's one of the topics where it's like, do as I say and not as I do, because it's incredibly important to protect yourself before protecting anyone else, and I think a lot of people get that backwards, especially when they care about someone, and they want to put the other person above themselves in most ways, but, yeah, I think it's important to put yourself first. I don't think it's, you know, I don't think it's selfish to think about yourself and your peace and your safety more than another human being's, even if you care about them. But a lot of people don't believe that way, and I'm not good at actually following through on that belief. So, you know. Yeah. Or are you? Cheese. Yeah, you were talking about liking cheese yesterday. Cheese is above all humans. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely guilty of like completely throwing what I need or want out the door when it comes to other humans, especially other humans that I care about. But I'm trying to remind myself that that's not my responsibility and I need to care about myself more. Trying and succeeding are two very different beasts. Cheese is a higher being. Who are we kidding? Cheese is God. The only God I believe in is cheese. I believe in gods. I just don't believe in the big G God. Or at least not in the organized religion form of the big G God. I don't like organized religion and the way that they completely screw with everyone and everything. Yeah, I need to as well. Not to get like, so I've like kind of skated over topics about my relationship and my past relationship. So to kind of skate over the topic, but talk about the manipulation end of things, I manipulate myself more than other humans do, ironically. Like, I will twist myself around and be like, there must be something wrong with me if I'm in a situation where that person's upset or angry at me. You know, like, someone will get angry at me, and I'm thinking, you know, what did I do to cause it? Not they're being angry at me, and that's not fair. So, I definitely need to work on that in a lot of ways. You know, they talk about, like, gaslighting and stuff, and 9 times out of 10, you, like, gaslight yourself. Or at least in my case, I gaslight myself more than anyone else gaslights me. But I've been through both ends of, you know, myself and other people doing it towards me. I don't love the term gaslighting anymore. Same thing, like, I don't love the term narcissist, because so many people that are uneducated have been throwing it around like weapons and not actually understanding what it means. You know, people are very quick to call someone a narcissist if they wronged them, but not actually know what that entails. So, same thing with gaslighting. You know, I see so many people online and stuff talking about gaslighting, and they'll be like, he's gaslighting me, and it's like not even anywhere near gaslighting. So, yeah. Yeah, just like telling yourself it's fine, you can do like this horrible thing, everything will be fine. Yeah, I've done similar in a few cases. I don't know, I think because I have issues with like social interactions and empathy and like romantic interactions, and intimacy in general, I tend to kind of manipulate myself into, you know, going above and beyond what someone should do, and, you know, blaming myself for things I shouldn't blame myself for. But I'm working on it, you know. I'm actually learning DBT skills in therapy, because my therapist kind of assessed, you know, my diagnoses and what I struggle with right now, and she thought DBT would probably be the best course of action for therapy to start with, which is, it focuses on emotional regulation, interpersonal skills, relationships, I don't remember what else, honestly. There's like 5 main things that it works on, I think. I have a whole book on it and I can't remember it right now. Right now we're working on interpersonal skills. Like she was kind of, we were kind of talking about like the difference of like, aggressive and passive communication with people, and, you know, how to kind of tread the middle line on that, and how to create compromise without also like completely letting go of what you want. Because I'm super famous for, when it comes to disagreements, I will usually just kind of concede and let the other person have their way, versus, you know, trying to find a compromise or trying to express my needs as well in a way that's healthy and not just stomping all over other people. You know, the weird balance of like thinking about your needs but also not throwing your needs to stomp over other people and like completely disregard their needs. I don't know, but yeah, we're working on a lot of stuff like that. So that's kind of a big part of my life right now, to try to learn things and improve. I have like a whole workbook on it, that she had me get a hold of to use, and then she has the same one, and she'll basically just give me like homework after our therapy sessions. Yeah, it is really interesting. I've been really a big fan of this therapist, because I'm used to therapists that just kind of mostly do talk therapy. Like, they're just like, you know, what do you need? And they just sit there and listen to you, which is fine in situations where you need to talk things out or you just want someone to listen. But when you're trying to actually make genuine improvements on how you behave and your mental health and your mental illnesses, especially having something like BPD, or any real trauma disorder, you need more than just talk therapy. You need actual, you know, active therapy that's teaching you skills and that you're working on things in, which is where kind of DBT came into play, because DBT is one of the more popular therapies used for people with borderline personality disorder, and a lot of other disorders, but BPD is pretty common for it. And it's shown to be pretty effective for like emotional dysregulation and stuff like that people that have borderline usually struggle with. But yeah, it's like a whole friggin' textbook that's all about DBT and the different areas of it, and it'll give you a breakdown of each like thing and give you like exercises to try and all kinds of stuff. It's been interesting. Yeah, I feel you there. What's weird is that I can't remember 90% of my childhood trauma, but yet it still impacts my life in ridiculous ways, and it's really irritating. Because it's like, if I can't remember you, why do you still make my life difficult? And that's what's like really weird and complex about being diagnosed with PTSD and like trauma disorders, is the main criteria for it when they're doing a traditional diagnosis is like, you know, do you still think about it? Do you still have flashbacks about it? Stuff like that. And it's like, no, because I can't remember it. How am I gonna think about it and like remember flashbacks of it when I don't even remember what the event was? Calculated guess. Fair. Well, I hope your calculated guess is correct. You know, a lot of aspects of my childhood were kind of doomed from the start in a way, because like I kind of have briefly mentioned, my parents split up like before I was even 1 year old, which is, you know, parents in relationships don't work out quite often, and children work out fine, but my parents split up under not great circumstances, and they still to this day don't get along, so that already kind of is like, well... Oh god, it's gonna explode. Damn it. Yeah, it was already kind of like a, well, that's interesting to start things off with, and then, you know, growing up there was a lot of other things and factors that played in, but at least some good backstory, yeah. Your, like, character backstory. I like that concept. Thinking about life is just like, it's my backstory. It's my lore. Yeah. I really want to get into D&D, to be honest. A couple of my friends are really into D&D, and they keep telling me they're gonna, like, teach me about it, but we never, like, hang out anymore, so they haven't. I don't know, I find it really interesting, but I feel like I don't have the active imagination enough to, like, picture what's going on and, like, still, you know, come up with ways to expand upon things. I don't know. I find it interesting. I think I'd love to, like, watch a game night, but I don't know if I'd participate in a game night very often. Why'd you have to do that? That was rude. I just spent all this time terraforming and fixing this platform, and creepers keep ruining it. Rude. Am I out of food, or did it just get moved out of my... Okay, it just got moved out of my hopper. I will. I actually will. I really like learning about D&D, so I'm down. I've seen, like, bits and pieces of D&D campaigns that have been put into videos and podcasts and stuff, but I haven't seen much of it. There was, like, this one D&D podcast that kept showing up as clips on my Facebook Reels fairly often that I would watch, and they were quite amusing and I liked listening to. But they were clipping, like, you know, funny bits about their campaign and stuff. Come here, creepers. Don't walk off the edge. Don't walk off the edge. Come here. Yeah, okay. I will have to look into that. There's also this, like, D&D player that did a completely separate channel, or, like, a separate segment of his channel. I can't remember his name, but he did, like, this whole thing that was, like, roll for sandwich, and he made, like, a bunch of sheets, and he would roll dice for, like, different elements of his sandwiches, and then make a sandwich out of it and rate it. It was so weird. It was interesting, though. Yeah, I will genuinely save those. I'm actually gonna write them down in a second when the nighttime's over. You definitely didn't miss out on much after you fell asleep last night, because, like, after I lost everything, I just kind of spiraled into overtired bleh, and I mostly just stared silently at the screen while I was trying to play. So there really wasn't much going on. I was just, like, silently fishing for an entire day, and then I go, and this is why I normally mute my mic sometimes, because you're literally just listening to my controller at this point and nothing else, because I am losing brain cells. Yeah. I was like, this kind of sucks, and then I was just like, I didn't really know what to do about this world in general. You know, normally a setback like that would genuinely make me just want to give up the world and start a new world. So, you know, being on stream and, like, being kind of, in a way, forced to continue the world takes me a minute to process before I know how to move forward with it. Because I know generally I'm not actually forced to do anything, so if I seriously wanted to give it up, I could. But it just kind of reminds me, like, hey, maybe I should stick it out and actually try to figure this out. Didn't I just get a Soul Speed 2 book? Yes, so I don't need the Soul Speed 1 to try to combine with the Soul Speed 2. I just have 2 Soul Speed 2s. So I think at first I would combine these two, so it's Prot 4. I don't know what I have to do to put together for axes. Yeah, I know at the end of the day, yeah, queuing up. Yeah, I know at the end of the day, I can, you know, change worlds and stuff like that, but I kind of commit to a world when I start playing it on stream, so I kind of like to continue it, even if it does have big setbacks like that. It just takes my brain a minute to gear into, okay, let's continue this. What even was I thinking? Yeah. What am I looking for? Oh, I'm looking for enchants for the axe. I don't really know what I'd need for enchants for the axe until I look at options. I mean, I know I need sharp, fortune, unbreaking, efficiency, mending. But I don't have any fortune books besides, I think, fortune 2, if that. Yeah, so, and that's the only one I really wouldn't be able to enchant for very easily. So I think we'll finish the helmet first when we start putting armor together, because the helmet I have everything including thorns, and I think the boot we don't have thorns for yet. Yeah, we don't have thorns for the boots yet. And I'd rather have thorns on books because, like I said, I'm gonna have to, you know, put this together bit by bit. So, I haven't seen how expensive they are. I used to have, like, a plain body pillow because they're really comfy. But I didn't have, like, any of the, you know, fancy ones. They get pricey. But even plain ones are pretty pricey nowadays. Everything's pricey nowadays. Who are we kidding? Yeah, I haven't seen many of the anime ones. I remember people talking about them, and I remember people saying, like, they've been pretty expensive for a while. I love a good body pillow, because then you can just pretend you're being cuddled. Lonely vibes. I don't really, you know, have to pretend I have a partner, but life happens. Yeah. Immediate sleep. I actually, like, was being kind of cringe. I don't love cringe culture, but I will say that was kind of cringe that I was doing it last night. Last night I was being kind of cringe, and it was like 4 something in the morning, and I had, like, calming music, not even calming music, I had, like, some of my favorite, music in my ears, in my headphones, which I normally don't fall asleep with them in because I'm scared they'll, like, fall out while I'm sleeping and then I'll lose them. And it's a earbud set that I bought myself for my birthday, like, last year, so I really want to keep a hold of it. And I had music playing in my ears and I still couldn't sleep, so I took my earbuds out and I, like, was laying there trying to fall asleep and I couldn't fall asleep, so I finally sat there and started, like, playing with my own hair. Because I was like, this normally puts me to sleep if someone else does it. Maybe I can just trick my brain. It didn't work. I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion, but that didn't work. What anime is Rengoku from? Because I don't know what anime they're from. I know you've talked about them before. Demon Slayer. Okay. I'm gonna look into it. I need a good anime to watch. I haven't watched them in a long time. I wouldn't mind getting back into one. I have a lot of shows I want to watch in my free time, though. I want to watch, rewatch The Summer I Turned Pretty, because it's one that I watched before they added another season 2, so I want to rewatch it and then watch the new season. I want to probably rewatch Supernatural at some point, but I've watched it so much that Supernatural is kind of one of those shows I just, like, put on in the background while I'm doing other things because it's just comforting. Berserk. Interesting. I will look into both, honestly. I don't mind shows being all over the place and stuff. There was one show that I was just seeing clips about earlier. I think it was Dark. It was like a Netflix original, I think. And I've watched it. I watched it a couple years ago with my ex. And the clip was saying, like, you know, it's top tier cinematography, it's top tier acting, like, one of the best shows ever made. They'll take, like, so many years to make another show like this. And honestly, I did not like that show. I liked the concept of it. It was a really interesting concept. Like, there's a lot of time travel and weird, like, creepy stuff going on and stuff like that. But it just draws the concept out for way too long, and it just kind of, because it's so long, it just kind of starts like repeating itself and going in circles, and it's kind of like annoying and confusing for no reason. You know, if they cut out like 80% of the show, it would have been great, but because it had that other 80%, it was just, I couldn't stand it. Like, I was even telling my ex at the time, I was like, I don't want to watch this anymore. I want to stick it out to the end because I don't like leaving shows incomplete, but I'm really sick of watching this right now. But we, like, stuck it out, and honestly, it really wasn't that worth it. I liked the ending, but God, the middle was not nice. They could have definitely put their point across with a lot less episodes of filler needed, in my opinion. But I kind of run into that in a lot of shows. Like, my partner and I have been watching the Van Helsing show on Netflix, and while I absolutely love it and it's super riveting and I've loved watching the episodes, there's definitely a few episodes here and there where I'm like, okay, you kind of just wasted an entire episode doing filler nonsense that wasn't helpful. Like, there was an entire episode where she was, like, having basically just flashbacks. The main character was, I'm not gonna, like, go super in depth of what situation she was in to have flashbacks, but, like, there was an entire 45-minute long episode that was just her having flashbacks and talking to things that existed only in her head. It didn't further the series. It, you know, you could have, like, limited that whole concept down to, like, 10 minutes and it would have done the same exact deliverance of the show, and you could have continued the actual progression of it way better. Yeah, Shrek is good. I haven't seen Shrek in a long time. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of instances where, like, things get really drawn out. I don't always hate it, but sometimes it just kind of irks me, and it's like, ugh, do I really have to watch all this that's just kind of continuing for no reason? It happens in books a lot for me, too. A lot of times when I'm reading, I'll kind of run into books that are just, like, over-explaining things that don't really need to be explained, and I get kind of pestered by it. I gotta do another stream talking about books. I was talking about that, I think yesterday or the day before when I was streaming, that I wanted to do another, like, book talk discussion stream. But I gotta finish a couple more books so I have things to talk about. I've finished a couple since the last time I tried talking about books, but honestly, I also just got distracted by the game and, like, half talked about books, half talked about nonsense. I gotta check my phone again. Oh, I missed it. I forgot to write down Demon Slayer too. I'm gonna write that down. Demon Slayer. And I'm gonna look up where to watch it too. That's a cool idea. Oh no, it's actually on a lot of things that I have access to, Demon Slayer. The show's on Crunchyroll, which I could log back into. You know, I have Crunchyroll, and I haven't used it in probably well over a year. And like last week, I got an email that said someone had logged into my Crunchyroll, and it was checking to see if it was someone I had authorized. And I'm thinking, no, it's not someone I authorized. I haven't been in that account in over a year. So I went in and changed the password. I don't remember where it said, like, the tracking was saying they logged in from, but it was nowhere near me either, so I kind of was like, okay. I think it's because I was using my generic password for that, and I'm pretty sure the generic password I use for most things is technically compromised according to Google, which, like, hey, if you can tell that my password's compromised, what are you doing for tracking my passwords that I don't save? It's one thing if you save them and it can tell you your password's compromised, but I don't save my passwords through anything. So, like, little sketch. But anyways, yeah, I think I had my old password on it, so I think it got hacked pretty easily. But I changed the password, so I could use Crunchyroll. It also says it's on Hulu and Disney Plus and Netflix, which all three I have access to. So I guess it's kind of just a toss-up of which one I end up using. I don't know whether Sunday or Saturday would be better. I've been thinking about that in the background while I'm talking. I didn't ignore your message. Yeah, I'm not sure which would be better. I think either one would have, like, merit of it being useful, because, I mean, they're both weekend days. So they're both, like, days that people are normally a little more available. I should start doing Mental Health Mondays again. Honestly, I probably should. I probably will, because I do still stream on Mondays usually now. Yeah, Saturday is more of like a more free day for the weekend for people. And as you've seen, I can babble about mental health and psychology and stuff for ages, so I wouldn't really run out of things to say, I think. I think that's one of my biggest issues with choosing a specific topic for stream, and why I don't, and I normally just kind of exist in here and talk about whatever, is a lot of times when I choose a specific topic for the stream, it, like, doesn't work out solely because I run out of things to say on that topic very quickly, and then I'm just sitting here silently, and so I have to think of something else to say anyways. And then, like, you know, people join in because of the title being about this one topic, and by then I've already talked so much about that topic that I've completely moved on to something else, and it's kind of confusing. So, I don't know. I think mental health would be a topic I could continue on for long enough. I also learned something new about Java Edition when it comes to Wandering Traders, which I will talk about in a second. I agree. Most people do have horrible days on Monday. Monday is like, ugh. I hate it. It's like one of the best days of the week for my partner because it's his last day of work before he has his few days off. But I don't like Mondays. I have a bias against Mondays. But yeah, speaking of Wandering Traders, I learned that in Java, I don't know about Bedrock, you can actually, there's actually a chance you can get them to drop a milk bucket, because they drink a milk bucket to get rid of their invisibility, and while they're drinking it, if you, like, kill them at just the right time, even without, like, looting, you can theoretically get them to drop a milk bucket, which is interesting. Yeah, offhand use on Java is cool. I mean, there's an offhand feature in Bedrock, but it's just, it doesn't operate the same way, and it's not very helpful. Yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't love, like, that Java's a little more axe focused, because I'm so used to swords, but I do agree PvP is better. Like I was mentioning probably a few streams ago now, that I kind of wish shields actually functioned well on Bedrock. They still function fine on Bedrock, but it's like a lot more difficult for me to use them, because you know, it's very easy to just use the other side of your mouse when you're on Java to be able to block with your shield, versus in Bedrock, to block your shield you have to shift. And you know, when I'm trying to fight and I have to go like, no, and I have to go like this over and over again while I'm still trying to hit buttons to fight, it confuses me. I guess I'm not good at multitasking in that way, so it just doesn't work out well. So I just usually don't bother making one. Yeah, a lot of stuff is better about Java. I used to prefer Java, and I still think I overall would. I just haven't had access to Java in a very long time, because my PC that I have is an old hand-me-down PC, so it was not functionable enough for Minecraft, and now it kind of is, but now that I stream, I mostly play Minecraft when I can stream, so it kind of ends up not happening that I play Java, because I can't really stream from Java, just because I don't think my computer could handle streaming and playing at the same time when it barely handles playing. That sucks. I'm sorry. I think the most that I had access to Java was in the early days of Minecraft, many years ago, because we used to play on one of the first laptops that my mom had a lot. It was super slow, and that's where like I have a hard time with modern Java and just Minecraft players in general, where they'll sit there and they'll complain that like, you know, they're under 100 FPS, it's so laggy and so slow. And I used to play Minecraft with like 10 FPS. I mean, I did not have very many frames to play when I'm playing on an old laptop that can't really handle much anyways. So I'm pretty okay with most rates of frame. I'm not like super complaining about things, but I mean, a lot of those people that are doing that are like people that have, you know, friggin' hundreds of FPS at all times with how their PC runs and how they have everything optimized and stuff. So once it slows down from what they're used to, it's kind of sucky. Yeah, when train track could only go one direction. I remember that. That was such a pain. Yippity-doo-dah. I used to play on my best friend's iPod, like one of the early iPod Touches. That was like, it looked like a mini smartphone basically. She used to have Minecraft Pocket Edition on it, and we used to play. But it used to be the old version where like if you ate it, you didn't have like a hunger bar, and eating like healed your hearts. And you know, there were so many other things that were super clunky and old about the gameplay, but I remember that you didn't have a hunger bar the most. And we used to like fight over it all the time, of like who could play when, because we were like, no, it's my turn, and it was a whole thing. Yeah, very old. I mean, I'm turning 23. I've been playing Minecraft for a hot minute. But the reason why I kind of ended up being like super noobish about it, and still kind of am, is I had a lot of years that I wasn't playing Minecraft, and I kind of got super behind on it. And so I didn't really understand a lot of it. And also, like, I played Minecraft on the old version for a long time while it was updating a lot, because I still had a PS3, and they stopped supporting updates in the PS3, so while Minecraft was moving forward, I was still back in the Oceans update on PS3 playing along, so it took me a lot of time to kind of comprehend some of the newer stuff. And now that I started comprehending newer stuff, they just keep adding more newer stuff, and I don't understand. So yeah, it's a mess. Every time I think I'm adjusted to a Minecraft update, they add another Minecraft update. But I will say, unless they make some major improvements to the copper golems, they're overrated. Massively overrated. My partner and I played with the experimental on for copper golems the other day because he's been super excited about them because he hates sorting things into our chest system. And copper golems definitely need some tweaks. They're supposed to like sort things for you is the whole point. You're supposed to be able to put things into their chest and then they take it out and they go look through your chest until they find where it belongs. But they have a weird grouping system of like what they think belongs where. That's kind of wonky. So they were putting things in places that like weren't where they would normally go and didn't make sense to match up. And then also they can only reach 2 chests high, so they were really redundant in our world where we have 4 chest highs for our system. Like, we put coal in their chest to watch them sort coal, and then they just absolutely glitched out, freaking out, searching chests because the coal chest was 4 up instead of, in the 2 up that they could reach. So they just sat there going through the same chests for a solid, 30 minutes straight, walking around our house being absolutely confused. So, yeah. Which really isn't their fault in that case, it's our fault, because we did figure out pretty early on that they only reached 2 high of chests. So, when we put coal in, we were kind of screwing ourselves over. But we were curious what they would do, and what they would do is basically just endlessly try to search for the coal and never find it. So they just never would do anything useful ever again. So, yeah. I ended up giving them a cop-out, and I put a couple coal in a random chest that they could reach and let them find that once they went through the chests again. They're cool looking, and I think they're interesting, but I think they're kind of redundant. Especially because I could put things away a lot more efficiently than they could. Like, they have to sit there and go through every single chest, versus I know most of the chests in that world and how we have them sorted, so I could have like an entire shulker put away in the time they put away 2 items. So, not really that useful. My partner's just like super lazy about putting stuff away in Minecraft. He gets really frustrated by it because he doesn't remember our whole system very well, since I'm the one that set it up. So he gets like really overwhelmed by it, and he's just like, I don't know where everything goes, I'm so sick of organizing. But in that case, I mean, we may as well just make a double chest like the ones that the copper golems use, and he can just throw all his stuff into that, and I'll be the one to go sort things, because I like sorting things, and I'm a heck of a lot more efficient. I think they're an interesting concept, because I think, sorting is something that people would like help with, and like automation's really attractive for things that they add to Minecraft to most people, because a lot of people like making farms and automating things. And I also think that they're really cool looking, and it'd be nice to have more of a use for copper. But it's just the execution isn't that great right now. But I think that's what happens a lot of times with Minecraft updates, is like they add features that are really interesting that would be great to have, but then they're kind of like just off enough on the execution that it kind of like dulls how useful or helpful or fun the feature is. There's another wandering trader. I was like, I heard a villager. Why do I hear a villager? Yeah, I had a couple friends that were like into electronics early enough that they remember playing like the beta testing version of Minecraft before it even became a game. But I didn't get into it until a little later. I wasn't really into electronics of that era of my life. I was still really like go outside and play and read and stuff like that. I'm still a reader, but I was always like more into things that weren't screen related at that age when Minecraft was starting to get ready to come out. So, but I've definitely played for a lot of years now. I used to be a Roblox kid more than a Minecraft kid for a long while, which I think is ironic because I'm pretty sure Roblox came out later than Minecraft, and I had already played Minecraft some when I started getting into Roblox, but Roblox like completely took over my brain. There used to be a Roblox Pokemon game that I loved that was really similar to playing Pokemon on like the DS and stuff, but it ended up getting taken down, which was super upsetting. That's one of the things I couldn't get along with when it came to Roblox, was that so many of the games that you like grow attached to would get changed or taken down at some point, and then you're just kind of left wondering what to do. And now Roblox is kind of all over the place. Like, big YouTubers even make videos about it now, and you know, everyone of all ages has been playing it, and there's like Bed Wars knockoffs on it, and you know, all kinds of different games. But I don't know, I used to be like a tycoon and like obby player, so I would play like parkour and like tycoons where you're just supposed to make money and upgrade things endlessly. There was like a restaurant tycoon game that I was playing one of the last times I played Roblox that I really liked, because it was the tycoon aspect where you're like supposed to make money and upgrade things, but it also was, you could also like interact at the same time. You wouldn't just have to sit there and let things do it on its own. You could like actually do some of it. So, you know, you could like, you started off where you had to cook the meals and you had to take the orders and you had to bring the meals out, and then over time you could hire workers to do it, but then you still could do it yourself if you wanted to help speed things up. And then, you know, you'd collect tips on your own, and you'd like upgrade the foods and upgrade the kitchen and upgrade the workers and buy more workers and all that over time. It was fun. I don't know, I like tycoon games. I like a lot of idle games and a lot of tycoon games. I don't know what games I still have on my phone. I'm curious what games I still have on my phone. I have Terrarium, which is like an idle plant game. I have Hill Climb, which I've played for years. I have Solitaire. I have a couple like mindless little fun games that are kind of child games. Like I have Pizza, YOLO, and The Cook, which are both just like the voice crack. The Cook, which are both just kind of like make things on a game. I have State Connect, which I'll probably honestly get rid of at some point because I maxed it out completely. I just don't want to get rid of it yet because I paid for no ads in that game. So I'm hoping they'll update it soon and add more to it, because I maxed everything out that I could do. But, you know, maybe someday. And then I have Grassy Road. I didn't have Grassy Road for a super long time. I played it as a little kid and then I didn't play it for years. And then I got it again like a few months ago, and I've been playing it here and there. I had this game called Family Adventures, which was like one of those games where you spawn in an island and you have to, you know, break things to make space for stuff and start making buildings to make different products and trade and upgrade things, and I don't know, just endless. It was pretty fun. I started playing it because I was trying to earn money off it. I do this thing called Swag Bucks where you can get offers to download games and make it to certain levels within a certain length of time, and it'll actually pay you like legitimate money to do so. And I downloaded it for that reason, but then I didn't reach the goal in time to make the money off it, I think, and I still just ended up playing because I kind of liked the game. But then that game ended up taking up 8 whole gigabytes of space on my phone, and my phone only has 64 gigabytes of space. So now it's offloaded because, God, it was taking up way too much space, but it's still sitting there offloaded on my phone because I was debating whether I wanted to play it again when I get a better space phone. And then I have High Rise, which is like an avatar dress-up game, but there's also events and chatting with people and posts and all kinds of stuff. I have way too many items on High Rise. I've spent also an embarrassing amount of real-life money on High Rise. I'm pretty sure I've spent over $1,000 on High Rise over the years. But in my defense, I've been playing it since 2019, so 6 years, and I've spent about $1,000 on it. Yeah. I had Fishing Planet, but it's offloaded because Fishing Planet also takes up a lot of space. I like playing Fishing Planet. My partner and I used to play it together. Like, we'd like lay in bed together and play on an online lobby together, which was fun. But it takes up so much space, and every time it updates, it's like 2 gigabytes to even update. And it just was so hard to play because we wouldn't play for a week, and then we'd go out to play it again, and we'd have to update it, and it'd be a 2 gigabyte download that neither of our phones had space for, and we'd sit there like, what do we do? And then I had 8-Ball Pool, which I like, but I don't play it much anymore. And I have Pokemon Go, but Pokemon Go's also offloaded, because it was taking up a lot of gigs of space on my phone, unfortunately, so I couldn't keep playing it. I can't wait to re-download it when I get my new phone set up, though, because I really like playing Pokemon Go. I downloaded it back in the early phase days when it was super, like the early stages of it, when it was super popular, and they were also getting like lawsuits for people that were like walking out into traffic paying attention to their phone for playing Pokemon Go and stuff like that. But then I removed it because I stopped playing it, and then I got back into it as an adult because it was fun. I have a lot of Pokemon on it. I like playing it. It was also a fun way to like get out more with my partner because we would go out and walk around the neighborhood playing and stuff like that. It was just a fun time. But unfortunately, it took up too much space on my current phone because my current phone is very low on space. It's constantly full, so I have to switch my phones. When I switch phones, I'm pretty sure my new one is like 512 gigs, so I'll be able to actually use things I want to use for games and apps that I've had to offload. Wrong thing. Lily pads are what go in there. Nope, wrong thing. This one. Okay, I think I will be right back because I have to go pee. So I will be right back, stream. I am back, chat. I also had a big chug of tea because my tea's cold again. Hey, baby girl. You don't gotta pout at me like that. I'll give you a kiss. Good girl. I'm like the dog in the game that is screaming at me like a dying rooster. You're just sleepy. Yeah, you're definitely sleepy. You're letting me cuddle you and you don't ever let me cuddle you. Good girl. Your big smiles. Sorry, the puppy dogs need love. I have not been giving them love yet today because I've been all over the place. Hi, baby Bells. What are you doing? You good girl. Yeah, I give you a kiss too. Yeah, you good girl. You good girl. You're always love you whether you're sleepy or not. Yeah, the big love bug. The Malems. Oh, the Malems. Good girls. Ugh. Hi, Chunky. What are you doing? I didn't know you were up here, too. Pretty kitty. Good chunks. Okay, let's see what we have for axe options and for boot options. Because we need thorns for boots, and we need pretty much anything for axe. Fire prot, proj prot, unbreaking. I don't trust unbreaking, so I'm gonna do a reset enchant and see. Feather fallen we already have, so we don't need that. Prot 3 we don't need. Please be something good. Bane of Arthropods 4. Good thing we had enough for another reset enchant. Look at the sea we already have. Smite we don't need. Prot 4 we don't need. So I guess it's another reset enchant. And then we get to fish for a bit to get back up to level 30. Ugh. What's funny to me is that, like, a few of my viewers have, like, fallen asleep while I'm streaming, or, like, said, like, my voice is really calming and stuff like that. And I've seen other streamers and other people around me be really, like, offended when someone's like, I fell asleep to you talking. And it's like, I get it, because, you know, you want to be heard, so you're like, oh, you fell asleep? What the heck? But at the same time, I'm like, hey, it's cool that I can be, like, a safe space for people and be, you know, calming for people. It's just an interesting life to have. I don't know. I'm also the friend that, like, used to just, like, let my friends fall asleep on me and stuff. Like, I had one guy friend that was dating, one of my girlfriends, and, he used to hang out with me once in a while. We used to, like, all hang out together, and then he'd hang out with me sometimes, and then, like, they'd go on dates and hang out all the time, and stuff like that. And one of the times he came to hang out at my house, we were gonna, like, watch a movie. I don't even remember what movie we put on. And he ended up laying down, like, on my bed because I didn't have anywhere to sit. So, and then I was sitting on the edge of the bed, and then I got tired, so I just, like, laid down. And we ended up just, like, laying there cuddling, watching a movie for ages, which is not cheaty at all. Like, the friend he was dating completely knew that we cuddled once in a while and also had zero interest in dating each other or kissing each other or anything like that, so she had zero issue with it. But yeah, like, we would lay there, like, cuddling, watching the movie, and, like, within 10 minutes he was out and he slept for the entire goddamn movie. And, you know, I've had so many friends that, like, if you fell asleep during a movie you guys were watching, they would be like, how dare you, we were watching a movie together. But I was just like, oh, okay, that's fine. But, like, I want to clarify that for sure, because we definitely weren't, like, doing anything without my friend knowing about it. and she was really chill about it. They ended up breaking up like a couple months later, and then I stopped hanging out around him because it felt, weird to try to hang out with the both of them when they weren't dating anymore, and she was my friend that I had longer, so she was kind of the one I ended up choosing in that situation, which sucked because he was a good dude, but I didn't really want to be around him much when it would be uncomfortable for either or both of them, and he was chill about it. He didn't really care. I think he's like married now and stuff. I don't know. He was a little older than me. I never really saw him much again after he got out of school, because I'm pretty sure he like got out of school and went into the military and stuff. So, I don't know. Last I knew, I think he was married or like with someone or something like that. It's so interesting to see a lot of my old friends like grow up and live a life and have relationships and marriages and kids and stuff. But a lot of the people that I grew up with that were in my grade and like my age even, have children now, or are pregnant and about to have children, and it's insane to me. Not in a bad way, it's just crazy. Like, wow, we're actually in our 20s now. Who would have guessed? But, like, one of my friends, well, her and I were kind of mutual enemies for most of school because I had a weird jealousy problem when it came to one of my best friends, and I could not stand most of the people she would spend time around, like, based on their own personalities and based on the weird jealousy thing of, not wanting other people to hang out with her. So yeah, it was a weird situation. So I kind of like hated her for most of school. And then I like started being friends with her to try to give her a chance. And then she got like super angry all the time and was like not nice to me a lot of the times, and I just stopped being friends with her. And then we later found out that like when she was doing that, she was pregnant. So she was like, "You stopped being friends with me because I was pregnant." And I was like, "No, I stopped being friends with you because you were being an asshole." I mean, not to swear on stream, I apologize, but I stopped being friends with you because you were being rude and mean and not a good person. Which, I get it, like, pregnancy makes your hormones different, it makes you act different, but God, I'm not gonna stay friends with you just for you being rude to me all the time. But, yeah, she had a kid back in high school, and now she has 2 kids, and I think she's done with kids. She's like, yeah, no thanks. I think she just got, like, surgeries and stuff done, so she's recovering and all that, and I only know about her not wanting more kids because she was dating one of my close friends that she had dated back in high school, and they broke up, and then she's been with a couple other people, and she had a second kid and all that, and they ended up getting back together, because like her older of the 2 kids knew him from when they dated the first time, and she's like, oh, she misses you and she loves you so much, Tim, and stuff like that. And then he's like, well, I want kids too, and she's like, I ain't having any more kids. So they parted ways. And I remember I saw her once and I gave her a hug and we were talking, and she's like, yeah, he wants kids and I don't want to have any more kids ever, so I told him to go. And I was like, okay. Like, kind of TMI, I don't need to know your relationship business, but cool. Good that you both, stuck to what you wanted, I guess. I don't know what to say when stuff like that comes up. My partner just sent me a picture of a fish because he's out fishing. And I was answering my Christy. I gotta actually get back into writing, honestly, because I was writing a lot. I mean, I have published books, and the published books I have are poetry books, but I have a lot of fiction books that I've been working on for years, and never really got very far with them, and now I'm like trying to I'll have to look up if you can overwrite Smite with sharpness, or just check with a book. But yeah, now I'm trying to like shift gears a little and focus on the fiction books I wanted to write as well, just to like make some progress, get some variety on the market when I'm publishing my books and stuff. And it's so hard because I bounce around from topics. Like last night I ended up writing a snippet. I have this whole snippets book that I made on Wattpad, where I share a lot of my unfinished or like early stage poetry stuff. And I think I called it like Untold Stories or something, because it's basically just snippets from like books I am writing or books I've wanted to write and stuff, or just even snippets of dialogue and scenes that I really like when I think of them, but I don't know where they'd fit into a full book, and I just want to save them in my brain instead of forgetting them, so I write them down. And I was like, instead of making this like a random note on my phone that never sees the light of day, let's just put it out as a Wattpad book, and people can read the snippets if they want to. And I ended up writing some more in it last night, because there was a dialogue scene that came into my brain for one of the books I was writing. It's a fantasy book. There's like this whole trope that a lot of people really like when it comes to fantasy and romance and dark romance, where they kind of just call it the touch her and die trope, because it's like, when a man's extremely fiercely protective of the person that he wants, to the point that like he's like, I will kill anyone that hurts you, or I will kill anyone that touches you, and stuff like that. Which, when you think about it, it's kind of like a little bit of toxic masculinity, but to each their own. I don't mind it when it's written well. So yeah, I was pitching a while ago on TikTok. I was like, you see the touch her and die trope like all the time, but what if it was like touch him and die? Like, what if, it's the badass female character that's like doing anything to protect the like super soft cinnamon roll vibes male character? And people on TikTok went nuts. They're like, please write this, I need to see this. And I started writing it, and I drafted a lot of it, and then I kind of got stuck for a while, and then last night I had like a super intense part of the like pivotal part of the dialogue and the romance end of things that like came to my brain, and I knew I had to write it down. I was thinking, I'm gonna forget this by the time I wake up again. I need to write it down. I don't care where I write it down. So I ended up like opening up Wattpad, and I wrote it down in my Untold Stories book. They're just gonna keep killing me, honestly. Okay, they've ticked each other off. Good. I can handle one, but when it's two, it's hard to like skirt around them in the way that I do. So yeah, I ended up writing that, and it made me really excited to write again and to write more of that book, because it kind of fueled my inspiration a little bit. So I'm excited to continue with it. I haven't been continuing with my actual books in a while, because I write them from my PC typically, and I think I've mentioned this before, but my PC is kind of a mess right now, because the whole room that I keep my PC in is like filled with my partner's stuff. Which isn't a bad thing, his stuff's allowed to exist in the apartment, obviously, and his stuff's allowed in that room, obviously, but he like made it super duper cluttered because he hasn't finished sorting through it. And like, it's not even his stuff that bothers me at all about it, it's the like massive amount of clutter. It makes it really hard for me to focus, because I'm like, this is overwhelming. So I've had a hard time sitting down and writing at my PC, which doesn't detriment my work, luckily, because the writing I do for work I can do from my phone, and then I just have to go on my PC to just finish formatting it and upload it. But when it comes to writing for like my personal stuff, I don't do that great without my PC, especially my books I'm working on, because like I have a poetry book that's 3/4 finished that I'm trying to get ready to publish, and I can't do anything about it. I'm getting really low. I can't do anything about publishing it because I need my PC to add to it, and I haven't gotten on my PC much. I'm on half a goddamn heart. I'm gonna die. But yeah, I haven't been able to update it much, so I haven't been able to finish editing and getting it ready to publish. I was supposed to publish it months ago because I thought I was super close to finishing it, which I still am super close to finishing it, but I kinda had a bit of a stall in inspiration for writing new poems for that one, Basically what happens right now with my poetry books is a lot of my poetry books I have right now, I've already published at least some of them as like books on Wattpad. So I basically take the book on Wattpad, take the other poems I've written for that book, put them all together in a different order than what was on Wattpad, and then work on finalizing and formatting and publishing. So that, like, there's still, you know, the free version available on Wattpad. I'm not taking that down because most of them had over 1,000 views, and I kind of love the merit of having, you know, being able to say, like, you know, my book got, you know, 1,000 reads on Wattpad. But I also want it to be worth it to buy it, so I don't want it to be just like the same thing that's on Wattpad for free. So you get basically like an extra 100 plus poems in the published version of the book. And it worked fine for my first couple. The first two that I published worked really well. It smoothly formatted, and I added to it really efficiently, and I had them finished and formatted and ready to publish within like a couple weeks each. This one, however, I've been working on reformatting and finishing up for, I'd say, a few months now, like 4 to 6 months, and I keep getting at a standstill with it. I really love the topic of it, and I love the poems that are already in it, but writing more poems for it has been a little bit of a struggle. It's like, it's a book that's super heavily focused on, like, the darker side of my mental health, and mental illnesses, and talking about, like, borderline, and, you know, suicidal thoughts, and self-harm, and a lot of the stuff that I've struggled with for a lot of years. But I think I'm finding that because I don't as prevalently struggle with it in the present time, I have a little bit more difficulty writing poems for it, I guess. Because it's a little harder to tap back into that mindset. The majority of the poems I wrote for it, I wrote back in like 2018 to 2020, when I was, you know, in the depths of my mental health and my mental illnesses, and trying to get diagnosed and just struggling. So I don't know, now that I'm trying to be a little more balanced and learning more and growing more, it's a little harder for me to figure out how to navigate writing poems about that era of time and about that side of my mind. It's kind of like writing about it makes my mind regress a little back into that mindset, so then I kind of avoid writing it some. So yeah, it's just kind of at a standstill, which means I can't write more for the other one that's more positive, because the other one I've been writing that's more positive is specifically supposed to be the companion book to the dark one. They're called The Moon and the Sun, individually. The one that's the moon is all about, you know, nighttime, and it basically has this running kind of narrative behind the poems where it's like the night comes along and my demons come out, and it's me kind of fighting and slowly losing my battle against the demons in my head and what they, you know, do and say, while also having just sprinkled in poems about mental illness and suicidal thoughts and self-harm and eating disorders and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's like a whole like journey of a poetry book rather than just kind of poems in general like my first two were. So I find myself kind of struggling to write more because I'm trying to continue the storyline it has and also add more general poems and like intersperse them correctly. It's just a lot more involved than my other ones have been. And then I have The Sun, which I only have about 50 or so poems for out of the 150 to 200 I need to publish it. And then that's supposed to be more about, you know, when it's daytime and the demons get chased away and the things that make you happy and give you something to hold on to and give you a reason to want to continue living and existing, and the positive sides of existence and all that. So I have a very scant few poems written for that. And then I have a few other poetry collections that I have working titles for, but nothing else. The biggest way that I make collections now is I just write when I need to write, and then eventually I go back through and see, okay, well, this theme I could kind of narrow down into a poetry book, and I can title it this and stuff like that. and I haven't been able to just write when I want to write, because normally I do that on Wattpad. I have an entire collection that's just called Untitled, where it's just like absolute rants of me writing, whether it's poems or blurbs or rambles or, you know, any of it. And I took a lot of it to put into Spilled Ink, which was kind of an eclectic collection from my earliest days of poetry all the way through to recent. And then I had a couple ideas for some of the other poems to put into collections, and I started those collections, but I just haven't gotten that into them. And then I have, like I said, my fiction books. I have a romance book that I've been writing on Wattpad that I've left alone for months because the characters are based a little too much on reality, and the character concept, like the people that it's based off of reality, didn't, you know, work out. It's kind of like a like what could have been written into a romance novel, and I get kind of weird about thinking about, you know, maybe it's being kind of intrusive to be like, hey, this is what could have happened. I don't know. It's always hard when you write people into characters, because it's hard to detach yourself as much, and like truly focus on the story. So yeah, I kind of was at a standstill for that for a while. And then God, I have a billion other books that I've been working on, or that are half finished or in the project stage. I just haven't gotten very far with them. I need to do a good few just writing sessions and just write, and then work on, you know, where it belongs and how it'll work out afterwards. I just haven't been able to. And I can't really just move my PC setup because it'd be a pain to move everything. So I've just been like, ugh. And I'm not gonna nag on my partner for him to move things around that he has in that room and organize them, because he's got enough on his plate as it is, so I don't want to be a nag. But yeah, I don't know. I am tired today, even though I got like 8 hours of sleep for once. I'm gonna take another sip of my tea. I'm probably gonna mute up so I'm not clinking the spoon in the microphone, so I'll be right back in a second. Well, I'm glad I muted up, because I also had to blow my nose. I was wondering why I felt like I haven't been breathing right for the last, like, hour. I guess my nose was clogged, but I couldn't fully realize. I don't know, that's one of the weird body disconnects I've noticed a lot with people with autism, is we have a hard time registering and connecting with our body cues until it's, like, super intense or super late. Like, we don't often recognize hunger until we're, like, shaky or feeling angry and feeling, like, not right. You know, like, you get hangry and you're like, I'm just angry at everything and I don't know why. And then it's like, oh, because I haven't eaten in hours and my stomach was hungry about 3 hours ago and I didn't realize. Stuff like that. Like, mine was always, as a kid, I had a hard trouble with, like, having to go to the bathroom cues. Like, I didn't realize my body had to go until, like, I absolutely had to go that second. My little brother had issues with that, too. Like, he had an IEP for school where, like, he was supposed to be allowed to go to the bathroom literally any point in time, because teachers are always super strict of, like, well, you're supposed to only go to the bathroom in between classes, or you can't go to the bathroom while we're taking a test and stuff. And, like, his individual education plan was, like, no. He medically needs this because otherwise he will detriment his body. You need to let him go to the bathroom when he needs to go to the bathroom. So, which caused some issues. My mom had to throw a stink at school a few times because of, like, newer teachers or substitutes that didn't pay attention to the IEP like they were supposed to, and then, like, hollered at him and, like, publicly belittled him in class because he needed to go to the bathroom and he was trying to, like, explain to them that his plan says he can or he needs to. And they would be like, you're just being ridiculous and stuff like that. And so my mom went full mama bear mode and was pissed. And she went to the school, like, all the way up to, like, the superintendent of the school because the teachers weren't listening. And they ended up having to do, like, a whole meeting with the superintendent and all of my little brother's teachers. I almost said my little brother's name. All of my little brother's teachers, and, like, everything, to, like, re-go over the IEP and make it abundantly clear that no matter what, it needs to be, you know, available, and if you have substitute, you need to provide the IEP, so that they can, you know, understand it and be adhering to it, and just all that. It was a whole mess. He ended up dropping out to homeschool, like, 2 years later anyways. I was the first kid of my siblings to end up homeschooling. I had a good time in freshman year. Sophomore year hit and my depression hit like a tank. I think because a lot of my friends when I was in freshman year were seniors, and then they graduated, and being in 10th grade with the friends that I had you know, grown to lean on, and, like, that had helped my anxiety and had helped me cope with existing and interacting with humans, they were all gone and I didn't know what to do. And my anxiety came crashing in hard. My depression from, you know, home life stuff went really intense. I had a hard time getting out of bed. I had a hard time getting into school. I was even worse once I was in school. I had a whole battle with my school early of that year, because they put me in a class I wasn't supposed to be in very last minute. It was like a health class, so, you know, I'm supposed to take it to graduate, but you're also able to take that class anytime in your 4 years, and I had a really specific plan of what classes I wanted to take when, and that wasn't in my plan for that year. And when I printed out my schedule for the year for my classes, it was like a week before school started, so I thought it was fine. Sometime in that week before school started, they decided to last minute throw me into a health class, and it was a free period on the schedule that I had printed out, so I would just go to the designated place for the free period, or eventually I started going to the art room, because during that period, I don't remember what art class was going on. Anyways, there was like an art class going on during that period that I liked sitting in on, and just like being in the room in general. The art room was like my safe room when it came to high school, because I loved the art teacher, and I loved just the room setup and environment and everything, so I'd end up there a lot, and I started going there for the free period, and then, you know, like a couple weeks into school, which was already past the period of time called the add drop period, when you're able to, you know, go to the guidance office and get slips that allow you to add or drop classes, where you basically just choose what class you want to be in or you want to get rid of, and excuse me, goodness, and you just go to the teacher for that class and ask them if you can be in their class, if they have space and everything, and if they do, they'll like sign the slip, and then you bring it to guidance, and then they do the moving your schedule around to put you in that class, or you can do the same to drop a class. And at that point, it was already past that period, so you're not supposed to be able to add or drop classes after then unless absolutely necessary. And my mom got notifications that I was being absent from a class, from the school attendance system, and she questioned me about it, and I said, I mean, I'm going to all my classes, you know, here's my schedule, this is what I'm doing. And so we looked into it more, and it turned out the class I was quote-unquote missing was that health class that I wasn't supposed to be in the first place. So we got a hold of the guidance people, like, hey, I'm not supposed to be in this class, I don't want to be in this class, I have a plan and it doesn't involve that. you know, I need to be out of it. And they basically were like, well, it's past the ad drop period, so you have to deal with it. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I want out of this class. And, you know, it was just a battle back and forth. And they ticked my mom off because they ended up like saying basically to her face when she was asking about it and trying to advocate for me that they only had me in that class because they need able-bodied children in the seats for funding for it. And my mom's like, that's a really, you know, baloney reason to put someone in a class they're not supposed to be in. And just, it was a whole mess. And it took a long time before I finally got to drop it. Which was weird because the teacher didn't mind at all. You know, I finally got the drop slip, and I went to the teacher and I was like, I know it's past ad drop period, but, you know, I don't want to be in this class. I wasn't supposed to be in this class. Could you sign this? And she was like, well, you know you have to do it at some point before graduating, so why not now? And I'm like, well, because I want to do, you know, these other classes, so I need that free period because I have so much work to catch up with all these AP classes and everything I'm doing. And she's like, all right, well, good luck to you. Hopefully you get into health later on then. And I was like, yeah, thank you. And she, you know, signed it, had no problem with it. She was really nice. But yeah, that was kind of the first straw on the camel's back when, I'm trying to Google the sharpness versus smite thing. It says that you can overwrite smite with sharpness, but we just tried to and it didn't work. But I don't want to disenchant it because it has fortune. So I guess we'll just see if we can override it later on, and if we can't, we'll disenchant it. But yeah, that was kind of the first straw when it came to me ending up homeschooled. There was just a lot of other stuff that happened that year that became very difficult to deal with. I started like skipping classes, which was never something I normally did. Like I started, you know, asking my teachers if I could just like do work in the art room instead, and some of my teachers were super understanding, some not so much. But it just kind of turned into a whole mess, and eventually I was just skipping so many classes that I was kind of getting in trouble for it, and also my willingness to go to school was rapidly dwindling as well. And eventually I just like pretty much at some point after, you know, months of this, I just woke up one day and was like, I'm not going to school, and I just like wouldn't go to school. And my mom was like, okay, are you just like not going back now? Like, what's going on? You gotta communicate to me about this. And I said, I just don't want to go back. And she said, okay, well, I guess we'll, you know, do the paperwork to get you to not go back then. And yeah, we ended up doing all the paperwork for me to be homeschooled, which I ended up doing in a homeschool that was like an online charter school. So I did a lot of my classes online from home, and I graduated a little early. Online school ended up being really effective. I quite liked it. The only thing I didn't love about it was that I lost, you know, a lot of friends from not being there, and a lot of like social aspects kind of fell to the wayside. And then I ended up And then I ended up just kind of miserable most of the time because I wasn't really around people I wanted to be around as much as I would like, and stayed in the house a lot, and just kind of fell off the ability of functioning and interacting with people like a normal human being. So, missed out on some stuff, but it wasn't the end of the world. I definitely am glad that I did what I did in a lot of ways. There's just certain things that I missed out on, or I would have done a little differently. You know, it happens. Not the end of the world by any means. I still graduated at the very least. And I graduated with New Hampshire Scholars Distinction, which was something I really wanted to do. And, you know, it was a good time. I liked a lot of my teachers. I finished classes a lot faster than if I was in regular school, so I had a lot more free time. I had a lot more free time in general because I only had to do online school and I could do it whenever I wanted, as long as I was getting things done. So, got to experience life a lot more the last few years of my teenager life. Yeah. It was an alright time. I honestly wish I didn't, like, graduate a few months early. I wish I kind of stayed the extra couple months and did some more of the shorter classes I wanted to do in high school but never got around to. Because now, to do it through that online school again, I would have to pay the adult education cost for it, which is, like, I think $100 to $200 per course. Which isn't bad, you know, compared to college courses and stuff. It's not expensive by any means, but it's just more than I would spend on those courses that I want to take. I wish I could dig up some of my old notes on things, like my old Latin notes and Spanish notes and my old math notes and the notes and projects I had from when I took a digital imaging course, because that was really fun. I learned how to operate an editing software that was really fun to use, that was similar to Photoshop. And now I don't really remember much of what I did for projects and how to handle that software anymore. Which kind of sucks. It's like a skill that faded out. I hope that as an adult I get to visit some of the friends I made that I haven't gotten to meet. Hey, you took my fish. I was a big, like, online chat kid, when I was younger. I had a lot of access to the internet that I should not have had. I wonder if that could kill him. Probably eventually, because of him burning and taking damage and stuff. Well, just walk away with my fish, why don't you? Yeah, I was a really, like, big online chat kid. I got myself in trouble more often than not, and got my phone taken away from me more often than not. Mainly because I was speaking to people in sexual ways that I should not have been speaking to in sexual ways. I was, like, super into role-playing and stuff at an age I shouldn't have been, and got into a lot of probably dangerous situations where I was, like, you know, talking to people that were far older than me, and I was on Wattpad a lot back when Wattpad had a chat feature, on a completely different account than what I use for writing. I don't even know if the account exists anymore. I sure as hell haven't tried to get back into it. And I had a lot of kind of sketchy interactions with people, but I also had a lot of really good friendships, that were really genuinely meaningful. one of which I still have to this day. I would say more than one, but the other one that could be an example of still having to this day, we're, you know, aware of each other and we're connected on like social media and stuff, but we don't really talk anymore. But yeah, and then the other one, I call her baby sis. She literally was like a sister to me for so long. I think she's like my age anyways, but I always called her baby sis. And she always called me big brother, and we always were like super close. We talked about literally everything all the time. We knew, you know, like all about each other's lives and stuff. I used to like compliment her all the time. I used to like post on her Wattpad wall that she was like the best baby sis ever, and I'm so proud of her, and just all those things. And we just talked a lot, and she was super sweet, and it was like one of the things that kept me fairly sane when I was a teenager. And then when I got into late teenager / adulthood, I finally was like, hey, do you have like any other social media, because I don't really want to use Wattpad anymore. There's nothing here for me at all. I'm sick of the weird relationships and the fake stuff and the sketchy people, and you're one of the people that aren't any of the above, so I would like to keep in touch with you. And she gave me her Snapchat, and we connected on Snap, and we've talked for a while. She lives all the way down in Florida, so it's a ways away to visit her, but I like watched her. I think she is a little younger than me, because I watched her high school graduation, which was like a year after mine, I think. But yeah. Oh, the turtle grew up. I can see his little fin. His scute probably despawned by now then, so we'll probably have to just let him free. Alright, I gotta kill that witch before she kills me, but I also gotta kill this creeper. Okay. This is not working to my advantage. Alright, there we go. But yeah, she lives in Florida, and we've talked quite a bit over the years. I really want to be able to go visit her someday, because I definitely owe her a big hug. And it'd be cool to meet her. We've talked on the phone and, you know, all that for years. But I don't know, I'm a strong proponent for online friendships, when done safely, because I think, you know, especially when you're someone that's neurodivergent or that's LGBTQ, it's hard to find people that are similar to you in your area if you're in like a closed-minded area, or you just, you know, it's a small town or stuff like that. It can be really hard to find someone that has similar experience and identity and, you know, thoughts to you. And that's one of the biggest things that causes friendship, is, you know, being able to have something to have in similarity that you bond over. And you know, going the route of online friendships can create bonds that you never really would have with anyone that's, you know, close to you in real life. I definitely think there's dangers to it, don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot of catfish, there's a lot of, you know, dangerous, like, predators out there, there's a lot of people that would take advantage of you, there's a lot of, you know, making good friendships and then getting ghosted because the person isn't who you thought they were, and, you know, a lot of stuff like that that's definitely involved in the topic. But I think they're also a really great option for people that want to have a friendship and can't really find anything close to them, because a lot of, you know, my online interactions, like especially my friendship with my baby sis, has been, you know, a better friendship or a similar friendship to some of the best ones I've had in real life. So it takes all kinds, it takes all things. You know, I think we have the internet, and it's a thing that causes a lot of irritation and destruction and danger, so why not find a way to make that, you know, not the case for an instance of your life, and find a way to use it to connect with people that will better your friendships, better your friendship circle. I missed that crit entirely, but then he still somehow didn't shoot me, and the whole time it took me to regular kill him. And I mean, sometimes you just don't even connect with the people that, like, you're friends with close as much as you do with online friendships. I mean, I know I had a friendship with someone years ago that lived like an hour and a half away from me. It wasn't really that unachievable by any means, but we still never ended up, I don't think ever ended up meeting up and spending time together or anything like that. And then, you know, over the years we kind of lost touch and stopped talking and all that, but spider jockey. I hate them because it makes the spider go so ridiculously fast. I'm gonna die. I wish I had a bow made already. I'm not gonna try to crit anything when I'm this slow. That's why I'm avoiding over there where the skeletons are. Screw it, we'll try for this one. There we go, we managed. And down he goes. I was gonna try to kill that creeper, but he just ended up going down into nowhere. And I ain't diving all the way down there for one creeper. You can get way better XP up here. I'm not even worried about items right now, I'm more worried about XP. I don't even know where that one came from. Witch. I think I want this creeper more than I want that witch. I don't mind killing the witches because I can get fire arrows from them once in a while. I don't love it. Misses the crit on the last one. Excuse me. I tried to muffle that cough because it was going to be a huge one and I couldn't reach up to flip my mic up in time. So I just like half coughed instead of the cough that was trying to get out of my throat. Well, we get to level 24. I think we'll deconstruct this turtle holder since the turtle inside is all grown up. And I don't think I got his scute, which sucks, but it's okay. I have to remember to check on these more often, so I'm growing them up with seagrass once they hatch instead of just letting them grow up on their own. Because when I let them grow up on their own, I lose track. Go swim, buddy. That one's probably grown up too by now. Nope, not hatched yet. Okay. Cool. We've been streaming for 3 hours already. At this rate, we don't even need to mine redstone because we get so much from witches every night. Let's throw some passable armor on to get by. We don't have any leggings, so I guess no leggings for us. I just don't feel like wasting iron on it right now. We've been getting by with just like gold and stuff that we put together, so why not? Ah! That was so loud. Try to open Instagram and it screams at me. I don't like it. I was checking my Snap to see if my partner answered me. But I opened Instagram since it's like right next to it, and I was like, ah! I will be curious to see the stream summary for the stream since we did hit like 4 viewers a couple times and we had some new viewers off and on. We might have to go buy another axe from the village. Hey, the guy with my fish is still around. Oh yeah, he probably won't despawn since he's holding my fish instead of like a random object that he normally would spawn with. Yeah, we might have to go to the village and buy another axe so we can enchant it with unbreaking and or efficiency. Which means we'd have to go to the one that's like 2,000 blocks away, but that's fine, we could bring fish and get some more emeralds and XP, I guess. Why not? Life is going to be so much easier when I finally get elytra. But I don't know how long away that is, when normally by this time I've at least beat the Ender Dragon once. I still gotta try to clip that moment from yesterday when I lost everything. I don't understand how to do clips correctly. This works way better. Instead of using my left hand like I normally would on my controller, I have just my right hand and I'm just holding like the grip of my controller and using like my pointer finger to hit the trigger. But yeah, my partner's out fishing right now, and then he's going out to dinner at some point. I think he would have already gone out to dinner by now, because it is 7 something. But I don't know what time he was planning on going out to dinner. And then I think he's gonna go hang out more afterwards, but I don't know. So I'm glad that he's gonna get a tattoo on Thursday, though. I've been wanting a tattoo for a while. We both have, but I mean, hey, at least he can get one. That's a fun noise to hear. Just a child gutturally screaming. This is the last one for the night, and then we'll sleep. We got a decent amount of books this time, so we'll have to check those. And Breaking and Fortune would have been useful if we had the need for it. So we'll disenchant this, we'll disenchant this, we'll disenchant this, we'll disenchant this, we'll disenchant that. We'll keep those two. We might just honestly do books to get that axe finished at this point, because we just need Unbreaking and Efficiency 4 to add to it. And there's Unbreaking here and Efficiency 3. We should have another Efficiency 3. And then we could finish it without having to go all the way over to buy another axe. It'd be a little more expensive, I think, but it's not the end of the world. Or we could just do that. That's an Efficiency 4 anyways. I don't think I'd use the Flamer Power because we already have that on bows. Okay, so let's see if we can finish this up then. This Efficiency, this Unbreaking, this Mending. What about Unbreaking and Mending? Sharp, Fortune, Unbreaking, Efficiency, Mending. We finished it. We finished a whole set of tools again, y'all. We did it. We did the thing. So now we could just go make a armor smith somewhere and see if we could upgrade it to an armor, not an armor smith, an armor somewhere, and see if we can upgrade it enough to get a chestplate and leggings. And we can make a bow, so I don't think I want punch on my new bow. I think we'll do Unbreaking, Mending, Power 5, Flame. And if we need a punch one, we have one right there that we could just add Power 4 to. And then we have a Power 5, Unbreaking, Flame, Mending, Punch. We'll see if we can make both right now, just for the hell of it, because it shouldn't be that expensive. 7, Breaking, Flame, Mending, Power 5. Oh, and we broke our... What did I do? What did I do? I'm gonna turn my controller off and turn it back on. There we go. That was a weird little glitch. We gotta make another anvil, which we don't have enough iron on us to do. Yeah, it'd be 3 and we only have 2. So close. So we'll put those away. We'll keep this one. What block do I need for the armor? Villager jobs. And I don't think the armor is one where you can like tell which one it's gonna be based on what it first offers you. You just have to hope. And it says that's supposed to offer you... Wait a minute, I'll have to go back to our armor. So we need a blast furnace. And I'll have to go back to the one we already have, which is... Armor 2411-167. We'll hit the other one first. Hi, baby girl. I love you. You good girl. Yeah, you good girl. You're just a sheepy butt tonight, huh? You big sheepy girl. So we'll bring some of this. We'll bring some flint. We'll bring some gravel. And then we'll bring some fish. And we'll use this bundle to hold this. And this and this. Not that. And we have blast furnaces, okay. Alright, now we brought a bunch of fish. I'm probably gonna wait for nighttime, because I think it's already most of the way to night. Yeah, it's most of the way tonight. Jesus. It's kind of funny. I just posted a countdown on my Instagram stories for when my birthday is, because it's like 29 days away, and I like to post a birthday countdown. And someone that I've been a whole tumultuous number of things with, whether it's friggin' friends or enemies or frenemies or just acquaintances or mutually avoiding each other, posted their birthday countdown right after I did. It's fine, I don't really care, I'm not that petty about things, but it was like, ha, that's funny. I'm digging through my Instagram archive right now because I'm trying to look for how long ago something was. Just trying to look for how long ago I lived in one of the houses I lived in. But it's hard to tell. I have to just pay attention to the background in my like selfies and stuff to figure it out. And most of them are at my dad's house. I don't know why I took so many photos specifically at my dad's house compared to other houses. It's nighttime. I have to sleep. I'm just trying to wait to sleep until I'm done with this because otherwise it'll be a waste. My Instagram memories be hurting my heart though. You know, just seeing like people you used to be friends with. And stuff in your memories and being like, ouch, I miss that. But friendships end and all that. so many old photos of me. You're not helping me look at my phone. You are blocking my phone, you big booger. I love you, silly girl. Oh, kisses. Oh, kisses. Oh, kisses. You silly. You're you silly. You stop staring at me like that. You're pouting. She's now trying to sleep on my hand while I'm trying to search for stuff on Instagram. Okay, I'm done looking at my memories. I can do that another time. Hey, we're back up to 59 followers. Thank you to whoever followed. I'll try to be easy with my hands so I don't disturb you, baby. She's literally laying with her head on my, wrist and her arm over my arm. The sweetest baby girl. I love my puppy. I never use a boat for this because either I'll have to break the boat to use it again for the couple little rivers we come across, or we'll end up just leaving it here for no reason and only using it for the one river. So it's like, at that rate, whatever. She's like hurting my wrist with her big heavy head, but it's so cute I can't move her. I wish you could put looting on axes, honestly. Because then I wouldn't have to make a flame and a no flame sword. I could just make a axe. Because axe can't have Not flame, fire aspect. Because, X can't have fire aspect. So we're going to the one that's at 2,000 something and 287 first, because that has the fisherman. And then we're gonna go to the one that's at 2,000 something and 100 something. That's a little further away from home, to go to the weaponsmith and hopefully make another weaponsmith if we can. If not, we'll just hit the one that's super close on the way back and use that one for a weaponsmith. I mean armor. Armor, sorry. Brain B, not translating. She's sleeping so well on my arm that she's dreaming. Her little face is twitching away and her paws are twitching. Moments like these make me feel like an actually good pet parent. Because, like, she feels safe enough to not only sleep on me, but she literally hugs me at the same time with her hand, or her, like, leg and her paw. And then she also, like, goes right into dreaming, too. The reason I was thinking about no flame, or no fire aspect, and looting is because, that would help us get a bunch of raw meat, and then we could make some of these villagers, or some of our villagers that we get into, butchers, and get a lot of easy emeralds as well. Why can I not make it up here? That's the one that's really close. It's not the one we need. Hi, baby. Did I move my arm too much, or did you wake up from your dream? Good girl. She decided she doesn't want to lay on my arm anymore, which is fine, because she was making my hand fall asleep, to be completely honest. But I'm 100% that person that doesn't care. Like, when I used to cuddle, I would, like, cuddle someone and my arm would be, like, underneath them or around them weird, and it would make my hand or my arm fall asleep, and I literally would not complain one bit. And then, like, I've been around people that, you know, if they're cuddling or, like, spending time with you and you make, like, their arm or their leg fall asleep, they're like, I can't do this, I gotta move, you know, my leg or my arm's asleep, and I'm like, okay. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. That was nice. Good thing it didn't insta-kill me. Tried me right in the butt. Stabbed me with a giant fork. think I find it interesting and a little confusing when people have such a hard time with like they them pronouns. I mean, I understand people were raised, like the older generation was raised being like drilled into their head that, you know, they is a plural pronoun and not a singular pronoun. But you know, I've, like, before people even were really using it around me, I would use it in reference to, like, someone that I had seen that I didn't know, like, their, like, whether I would use he or she, and not as, like, an overly trying to respect them way, just as, like, a, you know, I don't know, so this is what I'll use. And now I just, like, use it for people in general if I'm not told otherwise. And it's easy for me. It's never something that I'm like, oh, I don't know how to use this pronoun. So I don't know. Like, my mom gets tripped up the most because she's been a writer for a lot of years, and she's, like, had, you know, the writing structure drilled into her of, like, they is the plural, and if you're using something for singular, you have to use, like, is instead of are, and, you know, those sort of things. So, like, she'll try to say, like, they is when she's trying to, like, refer to me about something, and then she'll get herself all tripped up because she's like, that doesn't sound right for grammar, and yeah. It's just little things. I just saw our other, there he is, fisherman. I know that's kind of expensive, but it gives us something, you know? There we go. Alright, let's go to the other one then. Check the weaponsmith we already have and see if we can get another one going. Wait, no, it said it was 1 something, didn't it? On my notes. So yeah, 167, so I'm supposed to go this way. For some reason I thought it was off to the right from our village, not off to the left. Which works out fine, because then I can do pretty much a straight shot back towards home if I have to go to the other village for anything. The closest one. Hi, Lou. Pretty girl. Where is it? I'm so confused. I'm gonna check the chords again. Armor for boots and weaponsmith. 2411 167. So I passed it? I'm so confused. How did I pass it without seeing it? It's right there, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it's right there. I don't know how we passed it like that. Strange. I'm running in a straight line away from you and you still miss with your bow? That's sad. No, this is the one. There's an armor in this village. There's no armor in this village. What was I on about when I was writing chords? There is an armor in this village, isn't it? It's this one. Yeah, it's this guy. I'm so dumb. So yeah, they only offer boots and a helmet, which is weird because it was saying that they would offer leggings and boots or chest plate and a helmet. Okay, well, I guess we'll go to the one closer on the way back and we'll make a couple... Oh, I thought it was a black one. And we'll make a couple, armors and see. Maybe we'll try to bow down the iron golem so we can kill the nitwits and kill any villagers that don't give us good trades. Hi Dillo. Bye Dillo. Hi Dillo. Bye Dillo. I should have bought some in XP bottles from the cleric while I was over there, because I don't feel like leveling up the one over here enough to use it for XP bottles. I was trying to see where I needed to be on Z for the village I gotta find. Hi girl, putting your paw on my controller did not help me. Did not help me, big girl. Yeah, you can't play Minecraft, you silly butt. You can't play Minecraft. Yeah. You may be smart, but you don't have thumbs. Yeah, you don't have thumbs. You kinda need those to use a controller. I'm just going everywhere but where I need to go because I keep trying to overcompensate. Hey, I found it. Alrighty. Let's make some armors, why don't we? And maybe a couple Fletchers. But I have to make them to make Fletchers. Does anyone want to take this job? You wanted to take this job. Come on down. They're gonna give boots. Please tell me they're gonna give something else besides boots. I don't use shields, but I guess for the sake of leveling it up. They're gonna offer a chest plate. Okay. We just need some way to level them up. Well, let's throw out a bunch of these shields, because we definitely don't need them. I guess maybe we'll make a Fletcher and trade a bunch with a Fletcher. To get some emeralds. To be able to buy things off that guy and just level them up that way. Who wants to take the Fletcher job? Most of you are jobless, so someone should take it. Come to your job block, Fletcher. Fletcher. Hello. Fletcher. Maybe I will kill this iron golem and I'll just do it like this. Yeah, because he landed on the path box, so he kind of broke himself. Where is our Fletcher? Fletcher! He's right up there, I think, somewhere. Fletcher! Hello? Who took the Fletcher job? Do you want to take a Fletcher job? Sir? No? Someone's taking it, I just can't tell where and who. This one, okay. Okay, you're gonna offer me the trade I need. Infinite trade glitch. You know, because you can, like, trade gravel for flint and then trade flint back. I like that white cat, it's very cute. Alright, let's make another Fletcher. Make their job block be here. Where's the other Fletcher? Pretty sure this is the one I just traded with. Yes. And I killed the golem so I can kill the nitwits. He's like, not me! Runs. Alright, I guess if I sleep then I can make them come to their job blocks like they're supposed to. I didn't actually mean to kill him, I was trying to break the grass, but it's fine. Everything's fine. He already had a job, so I mean, was it really that much of a loss? Are you the new one? You're the new one. Well, this really sucks because I don't have enough supplies to, I guess I'll do more sticks. I was gonna say I don't have enough emeralds to like level them up by buying stuff and then still, and then still buy the chest plate from him. That makes no sense. I hit him twice. He should have died. Here, let's break logic and make it so that if you hit him the exact same number of times it takes to kill him any other time, he's not gonna die this time. I think my dog just heard the dog bark through the headset and got grumpy at it. Because the dog just barked in my headset and then she growled like she was nervous. That should be plenty to trade for a little bit. I'm gonna make a couple more Fletchers too. Hey, we circled back to the village. Alright, let's trade with these Fletchers and see if we can make a couple more. Where'd the one go that was just right here? Oh. Okay, so now we can make probably another fletching table or two. Where's our newest Fletcher? Not you, because you have diamond on your belt, I think. I think it's this guy. Yes. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna trade with you while you're actively trying to make a baby. Nothing to see here. I think that works out pretty well, because then pretty much all of them are the gravel trades as well. Hopefully they'll reset so that I can trade with them some more. I guess we'll do this, because I don't really need more boots. We'll buy 2 chest plates. And we need to make another armor and see if we can get leggings. But we'll do that after we sleep. It is nighttime. Most people, when they like lay on their stomach for really long periods of time, it's their like back that gets most bothered. For me, it's my neck that gets most bothered. Alright, whatever. So we'll make a blacksmith and see if we can get leggings. And I guess we'll make maybe 1 or 2 more Fletchers, because it'll be easy and quick. I just don't know if I want to make more Fletchers right now, because I don't know how many villagers I have left to turn into other things in this village. And I still want to have the option open to do something different. So what do you have for your first trade? Leggings. So there's like a 30% chance that he has leggings when he's finished. Because the other guy had a chest plate for his first trade, and then he had a chest plate for his final trade. And we fixed all our tools using this trading. We can trade off our tripwire hooks we earn from fishing eventually when we level this guy up more. That's good. I hear a zombie and I don't want it to hurt my villagers. That made me so anxious. I was like, not my villagers. Alright, so these guys are back up to 57. Wish we had some coal. Maybe there's some in this little hole here. Nope, just a hole. I don't want to go all the way home, so I'm just gonna see if I find coal around while I'm getting some more wood again. Same hole. I was like, oh, new place. Nope. I think that's one of the things I'm most upset about losing is the like 2 or 3 stacks of coal we had on us when we were in the nether. Because we traveled really far and we got a lot of coal. I should probably replant some of the saplings I picked up, because we're definitely decimating this forest pretty rapidly. I know I'm leaving like mushroom top trees that are just gonna stay there indefinitely, but I can't be bothered. Honestly, most of the time I just burn the tops of those trees because they're so irritating to deal with. Maybe there's some coal in here. Coal? Oh, I've already been down here. There's some more coal though. That was so delayed. Gets in the water after I'm already out of fire. When did I pick up all these shields again? Strange. Nope, no more coal. I had a little bit though. Blocks myself off when I'm trying to just get rid of the dirt. We can definitely get some quick flint to trade with though. Alright. Well, we don't need that. We don't need that. And we don't need that. And then we'll plant a few of these on the way back. And that should have given the villagers some time to refresh their trades as well. Where? Hello? Hello? I need to sleep. It's a friggin' thunderstorm. Are you kidding me? Okay, it teleported away, so hopefully there's not any more monsters nearby. What the hell? There are monsters everywhere! Oh my god. And they're killing the villagers. Stupid goddamn. I'm gonna die. And he killed the villager. Of course he did. Because it's not like we already had too few villagers in this damn village. Hopefully now it'll let me goddamn sleep. So dumb. Hey, no, that's my guy. Are you alright? Get out of here. Jeez. Trying to kill my guys. That's interesting that we managed to do a perfect division of 26 for what we harvested. Get away from my villagers, I hear you. Where? Yeah, stay away from my goddamn villagers. Y'all need to spawn an iron golem or something. I gotta check my phone because my partner messaged me. He's still fishing. He said he's caught 4 fish today. That's so gross sounding. Will you stop it? Yeah, you. I need these guys to reset to 32 and they're not. It's super frustrating. I guess I'll just hang around and AFK for a minute while I let them reset. I don't know what else to do, really. Yeah, I guess we'll hang around while they reset. I'm gonna go girl. Yeah, you're my good girl. Authors keep tempting me to apply for more ARGs because they keep putting out good books. But I can't apply for more ARGs because I have my hands more than full with how many I already have. Leggings! We're so close to having leggings. And we're also going to be a good level by the time we're done with this. I can't tell if leaving this open is better or worse for the villagers, because I feel like it'll make them spawn more a little, but they still spawn plenty in the woods anyways, and then I feel like it'll give them, like, more sunlight, so when they're trying to come after them in the daytime, they're burning faster. They can't, like, hide and ambush the villagers as much. I wish the villagers would just spawn a new damn golem. Any coal down here? Looks like maybe. Definitely creepers. Definitely coal. Just a couple though. couple more here. I thought I didn't have enough room for the coal because it kept lagging when it was picking up and like not picking it up. But I guess I did and it just was lagging. Well, that was a waste of half of our flint we just collected. A little frustrating, but it happens. We got a whopping 2 instead of like 20 something like we had sitting on the ground there. I'm dumb, I should probably kill that zombie. I'm thinking of when I'm in my world with my partner where they'll just like eventually die from attacking me because I have thorns on everything. So I'm like, it's fine, he can keep attacking me. No, he can't keep attacking me, he'll kill me. I guess we'll put these into here for now and this into here for now. I don't really want iron as much as I need it right now because I don't really have the extra inventory space for it. But I could always mine it and then put it right into a bundle. This is turning into quite the little adventure. Do I have any blocks? Not really. I guess I'll use whole wood blocks. Whoa. A little cave with a bunch of iron. I could technically use the blast furnace that the villagers are using for a job to smelt this. Can't even make a simple jump. Talent, y'all. Alright, where's the village? Back this way. I think we'll roughly go for like the 5-hour mark for streaming today. That could change. Skeletons don't normally target villagers, do they? No, they target humans, and they're targeting me, which means they're gonna hit the friggin' villagers on accident. Stay away from my goddamn villagers. I like chainmail armor, so I'm keeping one of each of the chainmail armors we trade for, but that's it. Alright, I need enough to get one more pair of leggings, and then we should be good. Maybe I'll just trade for the 44 one over here. Super close. We just need a little bit more wood, which I don't think would hurt to get anyways. Alright, let's head back and trade a little more and hope we can get it done. Because I am ready to go home. We're so close that honestly I might just do this and then do the 57 trade. We'll bring like some string or some fish, some string or some, why did my phone just, huh? My phone just acted like it died, but I didn't think it was low? I'm so confused. I'm gonna let it do its thing, I guess. It just restarted for some reason. That's so strange. Are you gonna tell me why you restarted? I've never seen my phone restart like that. Hello, blacksmith, can you come back to your post so I can trade with you? Why are they all hiding in a hole? There we go. 2 of each. Alright. Finally we are done. I should have been fixing these the whole time too. Screw it, let's trade for some arrows from one of the guys that trades for arrows. Why are you guys all stuck in a hole? It did not, in fact, tell me why it restarted. I don't know why they're all stuck in a hole. Some ice wouldn't be bad to have, and maybe some pale oak. But I'll start with just ice. Well, we diminished our emerald supply, that's for certain. But that's fine. We can always get it back. Why is there a guy on the roof? Why are you on the roof of your house, buddy? Hello? Or was that just the chimney and I thought it was a guy? It was just the chimney. I'm bright. Well, maybe we can run back and get some emeralds back. No, it doesn't seem like it. It's too few gravel to get emeralds back with. That, however, is a bit more gravel. The fact that that one-shot's a creeper is pretty cool to me. unlocked a little pocket for mining the gravel. That's also why I like mining gravel, because it usually leads you to, Whoa! No kidding! Okay, we'll have to come back here. That's our first mine shaft in this world. Mine shaft. 1301. 315. And we'll, when we get out, we'll mark down the entrance to the cave as well, so that we have the entrance cords for the mine shaft. No kidding. That's so cool and very precarious. Odd. I guess it walked down there or something weird. Alright, so I'll write down the cave entrance, even though it's right next to the village. God damn. Why is everything murking me today? Can't even survive for 2 seconds. Alright, 1248, 219. Entrance, 1248, 219. Okay. I think like my Twitch crashed, and because my Twitch crashed, it crashed my whole phone into a reset, because I just went to reopen my stream manager and it's just non-existent, which is strange. Quit pestering my villagers. Either way, I slept, so the villagers are a little safer now. There we go. We got a little bit of emeralds back. 19 isn't bad. Now we're gonna go home. This guy isn't selling any saplings or anything. He can just stay here, I don't care. I was gonna kill him, but it's So yeah, next time we come over here, we'll have to remember to check for that mine shaft and explore it. I just don't really want to right now, because I want to just get our gear and get home. We have enough levels that we can do some enchants, and I don't want to lose them, or lose our stuff, or any of that. Why is my stream? Yeah, like it crashed. Like I can't even see the past messages from stream chat on here when I could before my phone did its thing. Interesting. Very odd. Alright, well let's head home, disenchant this armor, see what we have for enchant options, and go from there. Because I'd like to try to put together the helmet or the boots. Probably the helmet, like I said, because the helmet I have enough to make Thorns 3 with as well. And the boots I do not. The chestplate and the leggings are a little easier to enchant. I think we're gonna hopefully try for a Thorns villager when we get villagers over here, which who knows when that'll be. Like I said, I might just revert to using chunk base to find a fortress to get to, because honestly I'm sick of just wandering the nether and not finding anything. I won't use it for bastions, even though I really need a bastion for the netherite upgrade template. I just will use it for fortress. You know? Now it's only half a shortcut, because like I said, I really need the netherite template, but I think I need blaze rods a little more than that. I don't know. I wonder what you guys think as far as whether I should use chunk base or not, or if it's a little cheaty. I know plenty of people use it, so I don't think it's like that cheaty. I don't know, it's just kind of, it's always been a gray area for me. I feel like viewers might be, what the fuck, when I use, well, sorry, what the frick. I'm losing my filter, I need to get off soon. Viewers will be like, what the frick, when it comes to, like, you using chunk base. I don't know. That's odd. My, Twitch preview up there, the one on the screen, says 2 viewers. My Twitch preview for Stream Manager says 1 viewer. Interesting little misinformation. I wonder which one's more accurate. I'm not sure. Not what I meant to do. I always go to do that to like move stuff around, and I can't do it that way because the bundles just pick things up. Put the shield and the armor away because Lord knows I ain't gonna use a shield in this version. Put away our extra flint. Put away apples. Those go downstairs, I forget. Ice can go, I don't know. I don't know where I'll put ice. I guess I'll put it in with glass for now, which is kind of dumb, but it will be similar enough that my brain might remember. Apples. Alright, let's check enchants. Proj Prot, don't need. Knockback 2, don't need. Prot 4 would need. Prot 4 would need. Okay. Prot 4 plain. That kind of sucks. Thorns 2 might be really helpful. Fire Prot. Fire Prot. Thorns 2 would be helpful. Alright, we can't do another one, but let's see what the options are. Fire prot. Prot 4 book. Okay, so we'll do a prot 4 book when we get back up to level 30. We'll leave this here for now. We need more mending books, unfortunately. What do we have for the boots? We just don't have thorns. Honestly, if I have to go without thorns on the boots, I wouldn't be that mad. Mainly because I feel like it would be a little tedious to try to add thorns on top of everything else we have to get on. I'm gonna grab all the helmet stuff, and I'm gonna look up the most effective, the cheapest way to put together a helmet. Cheapest max helmet enchant bedrock edition. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's hope. Alright. So we need Thorns 3 on the helmet first. Which is what I would have done anyways. And then we need Respiration and Prot on the same book. Oh, we already have Mending for the helmet. Okay. Mending to Unbreaking. Unbreaking and Aqua Affinity, I think, is what I'm going to do. Oh, I don't need Unbreaking. I already have Unbreaking. Okay. So, Helmet to Respiration and Prot. 14 already. That's sketchy. That's real sketchy. I'm concerned already. I'm real concerned. I'm scared. Oh, it's 13 because it's Mending and Prot and Respiration. Okay. And then we just have to do Aqua Affinity. What if we did Aqua Affinity first? And then it would be Thorns, Aqua Affinity, Respiration, Prot, Unbreaking, Mending. So that would be everything for only 16 levels. Okay. We're not screwed over like I thought we were. We also have another Mending book now. Because I forgot that I didn't need Mending, because I already had Mending on the book that I was ready to use for it. That gave me a little bit of a heart attack being 13 levels before I was finished, but then I forgot / didn't realize that the Mending was already on this, so I didn't need the Mending as well. Okay. So this one has Feather Falling, Depth Strider, Prot, Soul Speed, Mending, so I would need Unbreaking as well, which I just had. Where is it? Right here. Okay, so I think I can at least combine the 2 Soul Speed 2s and the 2 Prot 3s, if it'll let me. That way we at least have, I mean, I can't with levels. Maybe I'll be able to combine one of them with the levels that I have, but yeah, Prot 4. And then it'll just cost 4 to make Soul Speed 3. Okay. So that way it limits down how many are across here. And this Reddit post that I'm using for the helmet enchant, I don't think I trust for the boots enchant, because I'm pretty sure it's the one I use for the boots enchant on my other world where I still didn't manage to get boots correctly without running into too expensive. So I guess I'll have to do some research and find a more recent, more reliable source for it. recharge. Alright, so I guess we'll sleep. We did just sleep, so maybe, no, because if I die, I'll be too far away. I was gonna say maybe I'll just hunt mobs, but if I die, then I'll be screwed, because I'll be all the way back at the village. I was hoping to hunt so that we could get some quick levels. Okay, well, honestly, we're just about at the 5-hour mark. I don't know what we'll do right now. I guess we'll fish until we hit the 5-hour mark. Because I was going to say I'll just get off now, but we're like 2 minutes from the 5-hour mark, so I may as well just stay for a couple minutes. Sorry for the microphone rub. I'm trying to like lay down a little more because I'm uncomfortable. Oops. I keep early pulling so many times today. Lay down, girl. I missed it. The audio is so weird because when I rely on just the audio, sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's not. I guess we'll try to hunt for one night. Mob farm for one night before I get off. I know I can use the Nautilus shells for conduits, but for one we have plenty of them, and for two I'm not entirely sure how to operate conduits, so I don't think I really need one. What did he do? Just never go in the water and stay right there the whole time? I gotta sneeze. I'll probably regret that because I'm pretty sure my hair is now tangled in my microphone. But it's fine. misses crits repeatedly. I don't know what zombie villagers I'd want to cure. I was thinking like a librarian, but a librarian you can't guarantee it's even going to be a good trade when you cure them. So it's kind of a waste. Maybe like a fisherman and a butcher, because butchers are pretty useful. Or a fisherman and a fletcher if we found a fletcher. That'd probably be what I do. Fisherman and a fletcher. Oh god. I didn't even know that creeper was near me. I almost just like off rip turned around and critted him, but I kind of messed it up, so I had to back off. I don't know why they always just like walk right into the water when they spawn next to it. Especially in the rain, it's like, dude, you're already getting wet. Double crit. I don't know why that is happening, but if y'all can hear that all the way through the microphone, I apologize. My stomach be making noises. Probably because I haven't eaten, but, you know, small details. There's another witch. I find it really interesting that witches have specifically more health than the other mobs. Like, you can crit them and they're still alive. Rainbow bird. It's not technically a rainbow, but, you know, it's cute. not bad for a night. Throw everything down the trash chute. I find it so satisfying to see like the massive amount of enchants on your screen when you're scrolling through your enchanted stuff. Alright guys, I think that's it for tonight. I'm ready to read and relax for a bit. I will see you guys next time, which will probably be tomorrow. I don't know what time, as always. Be sure to take care of yourselves, take your meds, drink some water, eat some food, get some sleep, and I will see you guys next time. Bye!